This is the regular City Council meeting for April 30th, 2024. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? And Madam Clerk, actually, could you turn me down just a little bit on that mic and then call the roll, please?
Councilmember Harmon.
Here.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Present.
Councilmember Friedman.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Jordan.
Here.
Councilmember Sneddon. Here. Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Here.
And Mayor Rouse.
Here. All right, very good. Madam Administrator, are there any changes to the agenda?
No, Mr. Mayor, no changes.
Okay, very good. We'll go to the consent calendar. You have some items to read.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Item 1, adoption of an ordinance authorizing Airport Patrol to join peace officers, standards, and training. Ordinance adoption. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending the municipal code by adding section 2.12.035 regarding Airport Patrol peace officer standards and training participation, and accepting the requirements of California Penal Code sections 13510, 13512, and 13522 relating to the recruitment and training of peace officers for the Airport Patrol.
All right, very good. Are there any items that need to be pulled off the agenda by a council member? Ms. Sneddon.
Yes, Mayor Rouse, just item 2 for a question. I don't need to vote
Okay,
separately.
very good. Would you read item 2, please, Madam Clerk?
Certainly. Item 2, March 31, 2024 investment report and March 31, 2024 fiscal agent report.
Ms. Sneddon, do you need the finance director or?
Yes, thank you.
Mr. DiMartini?
Hello, Mr. DiMartini. So there's so many really impactful graphs in this agenda report, and I just had a question about what does it mean that the city's portfolio is performing below lay for the 2-month treasury or 3-month or the 2-year treasury, and then it has the recommendation that we should be looking at that possibly, and if you could just add a little information on that, what your thoughts are.
Yes, Councilmember Sneddon, thank you so much for that question. So it is fairly common that the overall rate of return on the overall city's portfolio lags behind market indicators such as LAIF or other economic indicators. That is primarily due to 2 reasons. One is that the city's investment portfolio focuses on security. And so our investments per what is legally required in government code, and also just ensuring that our assets are as secure as possible. We don't focus on earning the greatest return possible. Also, we invest our assets on what's called sort of a cash ladder. So we make sure that we have adequate cash available to pay payroll and all of our vendors over a 5-year period of time, making sure that we have cash liquid and available to make those payments. So we are not necessarily holding our assets that we invest for that potential longer duration where some of that interest may be a little bit higher. What's really important to note on that graph is the flip side. When the economy starts going down and when interest rates actually drop, our average rate of return on our portfolio actually stays higher because we do have that sort of strategy in place. I'd also like to mention to council that we're working with a new investment advisor that we'll be bringing on in July. And so I do anticipate with our partnership with them that we will be able to earn a little bit more interest on our investments, also keep our funds more secure and provide some advanced reporting going forward.
Thank you so much.
All right, very good. We do have one commenter on item 1, and since there's only a 2-item agenda on the consent calendar, we're going to go ahead and have this person speak, and then we can vote on the consent calendar. You do not need to vote on number 2 separately, is that correct? Very good. So I'm going to call up Mark Schneider to the podium to speak on item 1. Mark Schneider? Oh, Sheridan, I'm sorry. Misread your name. That's what
Well, that's my screen.
now I know
there.
who you are. Yeah. Yes, sir. 3 minutes.
So, changing the rates, I'm just wondering if there's been anything built into this to be able to reevaluate correct course, or because I just see rates go one direction and there's no turning back. So I'm wondering if that is built into this, because it seems kind of,
Mr. Sheridan, are you speaking to item 1 on the agenda about the airport patrol
Oh,
peace
I'm
officer
sorry.
standards?
I'm sorry, I saw item 1 on downtown parking.
No, they're numerical, so
My bad.
That's not what we're talking about. Okay,
Okay.
so you want to speak on which item on?
On subject 1, fiscal downtown parking.
Okay, that is on the Finance Committee situation. Actually, the comment on Finance Committee was at Finance Committee.
Okay.
So this will be coming back to us later on.
Today.
Not today.
Okay, not today. Okay,
Right.
thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, with that, we'll take a report from the Finance Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Today at noon, the Finance Committee met to receive a report from staff regarding proposed changes to the downtown parking funding model as included in the budget fiscal year 2025. Staff presented 2 options. The first included changes to parking rates in the city garage, surface lots, and the city streets. And the second included moving outdoor business facilities license fees and plaza supports and maintenance to be funded by the general fund and planned capital improvements to be funded by Measure C. The committee voted unanimously to move both options forward for full, without any recommendation, but move it forward for a full council discussion.
Thank you. And I also made a mistake. I thought we were talking about the consent calendar still, so let's go ahead and take a motion, move the consent calendar. If somebody would make the motion, please.
So moved.
Moved by Friedman, second by Harmon. Roll call vote, please.
This is a motion for the entirety of the consent calendar, a motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Harmon. Please go ahead and vote.
Thank you. Consent calendar passed unanimously. Now, we will go to general public comment. And Madam Clerk, can I have 2 minutes, please? Because there are so many speaker slips, I'm going to have it just be 2 minutes. I'm going to call the name out, and I would like the person behind that person, which I'm going to call out as well, to be ready to speak. This is 2 minutes at the podium for any item that is not on our current agenda, but is also within the purview of this body. All right? We'll start with Mark Wolford. Followed by Mike McGrew.
Hello, everybody. My name is Mark Wofford, and I want to talk about a few things that have been bothering me. My health. I've been trying to get some attention for a hernia that I've had for 4 years. Of next month, it'll be 4 years. Drinking Contalusa, Lactusa. I need to get some help here or something.
So, Mr. Wolford, I can just stop you right there. So stay within the purview of what we do, because we don't
Okay,
do
all
anything
right.
medical or any
I
oversight.
just want to thank each and every one of you, and
Okay,
excuse
so-
me for not, Mr. Rouse,
yeah,
for
so, yes, just stay with-
addressing you
Okay.
the right, proper way.
Okay, go right
And
ahead.
each and every one of you, I have the utmost respect for each and every one of you. I'm not kidding. I know how hard you work and what you do. But I'm going to talk about these trees that are like out there by a chicken place there, where we had all the parking problems and the traffic jams. Well, in that creek, they're right on this side of it, there's like 5 dead eucalyptus trees that are going to cause some very serious trouble. And I think they should be addressed as soon as possible. And I don't know what they're dying from, but they are pretty bad shape. Anyway, something like me. We don't have to go there again. But I want to thank you and each and every one of you for what you do. And I know everything about the parking downtown's getting, and all the buildings that are going out into the street and all the mayhem it's caused. And someday, somehow, maybe we can all just get along. And you guys have a great day, and I mean that.
Right.
God bless each and every one of us.
Thank you very much. Mike McGrew, be followed by Jason Carlton.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Mike McGrew, and I'm a resident here in Santa Barbara. I also run a business downtown in the La Arcada. I retired from the Santa Barbara Police Department after 31 years of service at the rank of sergeant, and it was my distinguished honor to serve this city. Just so proud to be a part of all that you do. I'm here today about the parking issue. I know it was addressed in the Finance Committee, but I'm glad that the City Council allows different avenues for public voice, and I mentioned this last night as well, but as a person who runs a business downtown, I realize the impact that changing the street parking and the parking fees will have on the business owners, the workforce that provide services to the businesses, the consumers that would come in, and I know that it's the goal to invite businesses and to increase tax revenue, but I feel that this would all deter that. It goes against probably the diversity, equity, and inclusion movement that the council has done, because this is going to affect the underserved as well. But, you know, as somebody who's lived, worked, and still continues to work here, I just encourage you to really think hard about the staff's recommendations on changing the current process and bringing more difficulties to those, financial difficulties to those who are working, owning businesses, and those who want to come and shop and enjoy what Santa Barbara has to offer. So I thank you for all of your service, and I appreciate this time to comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Jason Carlton, followed by Stephen Mead.
Hello, everyone. I would like to address the council today regarding some of the moves being made to address the City of Santa Barbara's budget shortfall in the next financial year. Parking under this new proposal, already an onerous task for the local residents, not to mention visitors and consumers, is being made still more complicated and expensive by the proposed tiered parking payment structure, and can only guarantee that people will spend less time dwindling in the dwindling number of restaurants, small businesses remaining in the State Street corridor, if they even bother to come down at all. In my opinion, it would make more sense to reduce fees and the general cost for downtown visitors, so that said visitors spend more time pursuing shops and less time trying to get out of the area as soon as possible. What the city loses in punitive parking fees will be made up for and exceeded by the increase in merchant sales from the sales taxes. The proposed fees will also be paid by the downtown employees who find themselves unfortunate enough to work in the Santa Barbara City state area and find themselves with no other alternative but to pay a good portion of their already strained paycheck for the privilege of working downtown on a daily basis. Anecdotally, I've heard from many downtown employees who have stated that they simply have to find other employment in a more rational, governed area so they can still afford to live here. Given the public, well, I'll just skip that one. In conclusion, after watching the basic service of obligatory to the city increasingly fostered upon the public, for example, asking a citizen to file their own police report online, conducting their own investigation because the city no longer has a budget, manpower, inclination to provide basic law enforcement, I would like to encourage this respected body to consider looking elsewhere to make budget cuts instead of slashing, wherever am I? Slashing responsibilities and services for which the city is responsible for, and oppose simply cutting frontline services in order to make the voting public feel the most immediate pain you can inflict, as opposed to cutting non-essential services, first and foremost, as a rational governance would demand. This city council needs to learn to tighten the city's budget, not ours. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen Mead, followed by Jenna Berg.
Got serious right quick, didn't we? I'm here to make sure that that doesn't happen all day, but it'll only take about a minute. So thank you all, City Council, Mr. Mayor. I'm representing Solstice. Although I have no official capacity, I thank you all for being in the Pass the Hat float, with some exceptions, but the door is always open, Ms. Gutierrez. We'd love to have you this year. Anyway, thank you, number one, for your participation last year, and look forward to seeing you all this year. Thank you also for the cash to keep this big thing going. It's a very large undertaking, as you know. It's one of the cornerstones of our summer, and we really look forward to having all you there. So before we get too serious, it's the 22nd of June. I think you're all got a lot of time to work on your excuses for not being there, but I think I want to see all you there. Pass the Hat, as I said, is a lot of fun. It is a good time. You guys helped. We raised, I believe, something like $8,000 last year just because of all y'all being there. Now, it's terrific practice for what you're doing, especially when you bring the kids. Nobody can turn down the kids. Think about that. You got a dog? That would help as well. Anyway, terrific practice unless you've got a shovel and a treasure map to figure your own budget problems out. This is really good grassroots, boots on the ground, and it's something that I think is great practice for anyone. Stand them, look in the eye, ask for money. It's what you do all day. It's what we're only asking you to do for about 2 hours on the 22nd. Thank you very much for your time, and we'll see you all there.
Thank you. Janet Berg, followed by Ian Garcia.
Hello, thank you for taking some time to listen to my concerns. I appreciate it. I'm a citizen who lives downtown, who's very impacted by changes in parking and changes in pedestrian safety and vehicle traffic and bicycle lanes. I've worked with the government across the country for over 25 years. I'm intimately familiar with procurement practices, and I'm very pleased to see that we have passed a new city ordinance that allows us to get the best service possible, increase our return on investment instead of always going with the least expensive option. And we're talking about balancing the budget right now. This is very important. You're coming to a budget vote very soon. I want to recommend that you table this parking proposal. Let's make parking free. It is a loss leader. A business person would tell you it is the best way to increase downtown traffic, pedestrian visitors to our restaurants, to our businesses. It's a loss leader. You make it free. Let people park downtown for free. Maybe you do a 90-minute and enforce parking so that you can actually collect some fees, do some fines. But I do want to encourage you to think about balancing the budget by looking at our resource base. We have tourism as a resource. Let's encourage collecting more revenue from tourism, reducing our expenditures. I'd be happy to sit down with the procurement staff. I know you have an advisory board. Let's look at how you're procuring your services. Let's find some efficiencies, increase the revenue, decrease the expenses, and let's make parking a loss leader. And let's also look at pedestrian safety downtown. I know the bicycle lanes are very much in demand. I've seen that new bicycle lane on Sola. I haven't seen a bicycle yet. I've seen a lot of cars go the wrong way. I myself now go by Kids World 4 more times a day. That's Mitchell Train is now my corridor because I lost Sola. There are pedestrians there. It is a dangerous. That pursuit and the expense of that, we could have balanced the budget by not doing that particular bicycle lane. The other thing to consider is those bike lanes that come down State Street in front of the Granada in Arlington. I was nearly killed at the Herbie Hancock concert by a bicycle going about 30 or 40 miles an hour. We don't need bicycles on those 2 blocks. Let's make it 1 lane of cars at the most.
Thank you.
Okay? But there's so many creative ideas that we should be looking at, and let's try to balance the budget, but not on the backs of an irritation regressive
Thank you.
tax. Thank you.
Ian Garcia, to be followed by Evan Reed. You can pull the mic right down. There you go.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. There are many different things to do in this town, like hikes, biking, and going to the beach. But these are all things that can be easily tarnished by pollution. Pollution threatens the environment and our way of life here, and yet there is hope. I want to thank our city for their hard work and dedication to save our ecosystem. There's a saying that goes, every system is perfectly designed to get the results it gets. So I want to thank Santa Barbara for changing the system constantly so we can all have the same result of thinking locally to provide globally. The system Santa Barbara has set are major steps to making the world a better place, like the bike paths that safely get me to Adams School. This means I ride my bike more. I also plan to use the bike system to go to junior high school. Through programs like Ocean Guardians, we learn how to protect our local ecosystems with fun, engaging field trips where we learn about our environment and how to protect it. Ocean Guardians takes advantage of the systems that the city has to offer. Also, that the city has to offer, like the bioswale right on Adams campus. The program is an important system to change and save our environment. As I come to an end of this speech, I would like to thank the city again for letting me speak here today. I look forward to an eco-friendly world.
Thank you. Evan Reed, followed by Drake Bales.
Hello, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Evan, and I am a fourth grader at Adams. I would like to thank you for making bike paths, especially the one that goes from Modoc to Henry's Beach. My family can bike to the beach from our house, and it is amazing that we can. We like to walk around and play in the sand. It is great that we don't have to use cars and pollute the environment. Thank you for investing in our community.
Thank you. Drake Bales, followed by Cooper Swain.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. Hello, good morning. Sorry. Hello, Mr. Mayor and City Council. I would like to talk about the use of single-use plastics. We could stop polluting our ocean with if we no longer use single-use plastics. Instead, let's use other materials like reusable plastics and metals and other stuff like that. Thank you for letting me speak here, Mr. Mayor, and have a very nice day.
Thank you. Cooper Swain, be followed by David Velasquez.
Hi, my name is Cooper Swain. I am a fifth grader at Adams Elementary. I want to talk about the bike paths because me and my family really love them. We always take our dogs on walks, and they're great and they're great exercise. I think we should encourage more bike paths because we can stop using cars and stop polluting the air and sky because pollution is bad for the environment. And a system like Ocean Guardians helped me learn about the environment and do things better about it and try to help.
Thank you. David Velasquez, followed by Bella Romo.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and the rest of the City Council. Today I'd like to talk about the ocean and Ocean Guardians and how we like to help improve the ocean's safety. And I'd like to thank you guys for keeping the ocean safe.
Thank you. Bella Romo, be followed by Claire. I don't know the last name. Crowder? Yeah.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. I would like to thank you for the bike path that is near my house. It starts where I live and it ends all the way at Henry's Beach. I would really like to thank you for doing that. I've had a better time going there instead of getting in a car and taking the long way or the shorter way. But I also would like to thank you for when it goes down to the part of the bow swale that leads down in a creek where the bridge is, that open space. I am thankful that you left it there and didn't let houses grow there. It leaves more open life to live, and all our animals can join there as well. Do you want to go?
Hello, City Council and the Mayor. I'm Genevieve Rios in 6th grade. I would like to thank you for doing all you can to protect the oceans for future tourists to come in to enjoy. It's been really a joy just looking at the ocean, and it's also really pretty, and I also thank you for banning the plastic straws.
Thank you. And Claire?
I can help you out, Mayor. Claire Fackler here.
Thank you. I didn't want
I'm
to.
a parent and resident of City of Santa Barbara, live in the Samarkand neighborhood. I wanted to thank the mayor and city council for all of the work done to promote biking and bike safety in the city of Santa Barbara. As a lot of the students mentioned, the bike infrastructure that's near Adams Elementary School that starts at Modoc and goes to Henry's Beach, as well as on Modoc towards La Cumbra, we are grateful of that path. It's very safe, and a lot of us are using that for commuting to work, as well as enjoying recreation and getting to Henry's Beach and limiting the congestion of the parking lot there. So looking forward to when there's that connection to the Auburn Trail. And also, like many of the students have said, thank you for supporting ocean conservation in our community with examples like the Skip the Straw campaign and the plastic bag ban in the past. And anything you can do to continue to make Santa Barbara climate resilient is most appreciated for now and future generations. And then lastly, on another personal note, I love that bikes are on State Street. On the promenade, we don't need cars on State Street. We need to find a compatible solution for bikes and pedestrians to be safe together on that street closed to cars. So let's be forward-looking. Let's make sure that we can continue to get community members and families and students down there safely on bikes or on foot. So thank you for your time.
All right, Dana Newquist, followed by Pam Gifford.
I think we're on a different.
Okay, are you not, Mr. Newquist, are you on the hangar?
Yes.
So, okay, you're on a different one. I'll call you
Right.
up with those guys. All right, then, Pam Gifford.
Good afternoon. I'd like to say, first of all, I hadn't been up State Street for a long time. And the first time I went up it, I hadn't been up it since COVID. I absolutely was horrified. I just couldn't believe it, what was happening up there. And so I decided to kind of see what I could do to help it. So I started going up again and talking to the shopkeepers and asking them how their business was doing. And only one said it wasn't because, well, I won't tell you why he said it, but it was just really bad. None of them could. They just said it was just terrible. They didn't know what to do, whether to close their shops or what to do. Anyhow, I thought, well, I've got to think about this. And so I've been calling lots of people. I've talked to the hotel owners down at West Beach and asked them how their business. We know the tourists aren't coming to Santa Barbara. And unfortunately, what happened, I think, with State Street was we supported the closure of State Street during COVID so the restaurants could survive, and I definitely supported that. But this is a small-town effort. Everyone, through COVID, it's over. Now all the other businesses and mom and pops are suffering because of the closure. Don't punish them because we helped the restaurants survive. COVID is not an excuse anymore. Let's get back to normal. People are wanting State Street closed for their personal use when we need to keep it open for community and businesses. It is common sense to open it back up. We need our tourists back because other places like Solvang, Cambria, Pismo, and even Santa Maria are doing better than beautiful Santa Barbara.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. Is that it?
Yeah, we're out of time.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Anybody want to give me a minute? No.
Sorry about that. Thank you, though. I think we got the message. Thank you, though. Are there public commenters online for general public comment, Madam Clerk?
No hands raised, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, very good. And with that, we will close public comment. Thank you for the comments from Madam School. Thank you. And with that, we'll move on to council member committee assignment reports from anybody. Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. For official reports, I attended the Joint Cities County Affordable Housing Group and heard about economics and pro formas for affordable housing. Also attended a CCRB special meeting. It's worth noting that the Southern California steelhead has now been listed as an endangered species under the California Endangered Species Act. It was already listed federally, but CCRB is discussing response letters and whether or not to do that. And I'm not sure if the Earth Day booth is an official one or not, but very successful Earth Day. And yeah, the others are social. Thank you.
Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Attended the Central Coast Water Authority where we adopted the annual budget, but also our rules, administrative procedures related to having how we transfer water between entities or outside of the county if there's sales outside of the county, which is now permissible under the state water contract. So we just we approved the mechanisms to do that. Also attended the Library Advisory Board, Earth Day office hours as well, and then the first of the public meetings on the Essential SB was last night at Valverde with a lot of our staff, and it was a really good turnout, a lot of good questions asked on the upcoming budget and the potential measure on the ballot coming up later this year. Thank you.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Housing Crisis Committee met with a few community stakeholders like the Habitat for Humanity, People Self-Help Housing, and State Assembly Member Greg Hart.
All right, very good. And no further committee assignment reports. Move on to the agenda items. I have this item to read, Madam Clerk.
Yes, item 3, Saturday Santa Barbara Farmers Market relocation to 900 to 1000 blocks State Street and 00 blocks Carrillo Street update.
Very good. Ms. Grant.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and council members. I'm Jessica Grant with the City of Santa Barbara. To my right is Sam Edelman, who is the Executive Director of the Santa Barbara Certified Farmers Market. We're here to discuss the Saturday relocation of the market to the 900 and 1000 blocks of State Street and the 0 blocks of Carrillo Street. First here to provide an update, and then as outlined in the staff report, we are requesting that council authorize the Public Works Director to execute a license agreement so the relocated market can operate within the city right-of-way, to approve a sole source contract for vehicle barriers that are necessary at the Carrillo Street ends, and also for the determination for environmental review. Just a little background, the reason why the Saturday Farmers Market is needing to relocate is because of the Santa Barbara Police Station relocation from their Figueroa location to the Coda Street parking lot. As you know, that project's been years in the making, and construction is anticipated to begin for the police station this fall, which means that the market needs to be relocated. The estimated time for the relocation for the market would begin just right after Labor Day, September 7th. We had the task, once we found about the police station relocation, was to find a new location for the Saturday's Farmers Market. So we worked closely with Mr. Edelman for the location. There was a lot of metrics, not only for operational needs for the farmers, but also robust outreach for the patrons of the market as well. So the location that rose to the top, again, it was right in the heart of downtown at the 0 blocks of Carrillo, also known as between Chapala and Anacapa Streets, and then along State Street between Canon Perdido and Figueroa Streets. And the reason why this location rose to the top compared to other potential location sites is there is lots of mature trees to provide shade, especially along Carrillo, for not only the farmers, but for the patrons visiting the market. It's Also a location that's accessible by all modes of transportation. If you were driving to the market, there's city parking lots on all sides of the market location. It's also right adjacent to the MTD Transit Center, so if you're coming by bus, again, that's a easy accessible site. Of course, being right in the downtown core, we have a very robust sidewalk system, so it's very walkable as well. And of course, being on State Street, which is the spine of the city's bike network, it's also an easy location to bike to as well. A little bit more details about as far as what you would expect to see in terms of a layout on this street. Along Carrillo, that's the particular side street adjacent to State Street that is wider than some of the other perpendicular streets along State Street. So what can happen there is you would have the various trucks or vans from the farmers, and then in front of them would be the actual tents and market area. And then there's still plenty of room for the 20-foot emergency access that then also doubles as the travel way for all the patrons visiting all the various booths. On State Street, the layout's slightly different, where you would have a van and then in the same row, you would also have the stand as well. But this is, again, nice. There's enough real estate here to accommodate the market, which is the flagship of the farmers market, where it's common to get about 5,000 attendees, definitely in the peak months. So also along State Street, at least it would accommodate the 20-foot emergency access as well. And then there would be barriers on the ends of Carrillo Street that would be required. As far as for making this all happen, the way that we would document this for allowing the market is via a license agreement. So within the license agreement, there's lots of details, again, about the hours of operation. So the market would be open from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every Saturday. The setup time would be 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. The takedown time would be from 1 p.m. to 2:30. Of course, with this is a temporary setup that happens every Saturday. So in the license agreement, there's details of the traffic control plan and where signage would be located and all of that. As we settle, because this will be a new location, traffic patterns will need to settle on the Saturday periods. We may do temporary westbound closures on other of the perpendicular streets like Figueroa, Anacapa, or Cannon Perdido, just as a test, again, to make sure that emergency access can be done for the crosstown routes, again, as necessary. And then there's just the standard items that's common for all of the farmers market of handling waste, standard insurance requirements, indemnity clauses, etc. There is a couple licensing fees associated with the market operation. There is a one-time fee, approximately $7,500, and that basically is to train all the farmers market staff on the traffic control plan of what needs to be set up, and also the vehicle barriers as well. So the appropriate city staff will be assisting them when the farmer market goes live to make sure that everybody knows what they're supposed to be doing. This is just an example for the sole source purchase agreement. This is what the vehicle barriers would look like in the event that there is an errant driver. And really, outreach for the relocation it's been a several-year process. Again, there was a subcommittee set up by a few of the council members when we were looking at the siting, and this again was the location that rose to the top. Myself and Sam Edelman have also done tabling in the downtown area, and then we've personally have met with the adjacent businesses and property owners that have driveway conflicts as well that are along the Castrillo Street. There's no conflicts on State Street. Because this is a license agreement, it is subject to environmental review as well. So in detail in the staff report was just what the exemption category is, and farmers market is something that is an allowed operation within the city of Santa Barbara. So in the staff report, it makes reference to that as well. So getting back to the recommendation, again, is to authorize the license agreement for the market to operate within the right-of-way, approve the sole source contract for the vehicle gate barriers and trailers that are associated with that, and a confirmation on the environmental review determination. With that, I'd like to, if it's okay, to hand it off to Mr. Edelman, just to say a few words on behalf of the farmers market.
Mr. Edelman?
All right, Mayor Rouse, City Council members, thank you for having me. This project has been many years in the works. I really appreciate this opportunity. We've spent a lot of time honing in on this location, and a thank you to the committee for helping us get to this conclusion. This really is seen as an excellent site for our market association. This is going to be a major undertaking for us. We've been in this Coda Street commuter lot for nearly 40 years now. I think next year would be 40 years in that lot. So we have a lot of farmers that have been participating at that market for that amount of time. But we're really excited about this opportunity. I'm very confident this site will work for us. We've put a lot of time and energy into this. I have reviewed the license agreement, the site plans with my board of directors. We are in full support of this move. So without opposition, just again, really appreciate the opportunity and really excited to just see what this does to the downtown area. I know a lot has been focused on what's going to happen downtown. A lot of energy and time and money has been spent analyzing downtown. But one thing that is proven to have worked is our farmers market and the amount of people that we bring down there and what that does to the businesses downtown. I know we see it on Tuesday nights with the restaurant and bar scene, and everyone that is situated in that multi-block radius, I have high confidence they will benefit from our market. And then the city as well. I mean, we're going to be filling those city parking lots with our pedestrians every single Saturday. So really looking forward to this opportunity and greatly appreciate this. Thank you.
Very good.
We're happy to answer any questions.
All right, very good. We'll go back to council for questions. We'll start out with Ms. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On slide 7, the amount of $251,607, where is that money going to come out of? And is it the city's paying for it, correct?
That's correct. So Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez through the mayor. This is coming out of the police department budget for the project for the relocation.
And for the public that wasn't really engaged in all of these meetings, why? I know you did explain a little bit of why we're having the farmers market on Carrillo, the cross street, and then State Street, because of the vehicles and easy access. If we would have kept it straight on State Street, like there is the one during the week, would we still be spending money on these barricades?
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez through the mayor. So the two, let's start with, let me answer it shortly. There wouldn't, it wouldn't meet the needs of the patrons for the Saturday market. The Tuesday market is a much smaller market than the Saturday market. So in order to run the spatial needs of Saturday, it would stretch for much more blocks than it does currently. And so that was not ideal for both from an operational standpoint and then for the patrons that were asked to. We have a community of all ages and abilities, and really walking more than a couple of blocks was not a preference for the patrons for that. So because we do have treatments right now for the opening of State Street for pedestrians and cyclists. Of course, there was treatments there, but for to have it on Korea, we need to have additional barriers. And these were the ones that met the requirements and needs for vehicle crash protection.
Thank you.
Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. Before questions, just Mr. Edelman and staff, thank you so much for the years it took and the really hard, diligent work and community outreach to get to this point. And it's been really difficult, and to come to a place that, we don't have the resistant pushback that was rightfully present at the time. So really thank you. The question, some of the things that came up when we were talking about this before with the cross area like that, is there going to be room for sort of tables and chairs or music or sort of on the edges of the market, or is it purely the stands?
Thank you, council member. For there will be some seating areas that are adjacent just because for the outdoor dining for some of the tables there. And I think we could have Mr. Edelman add to that as well. But I think there will be the ability to have some chairs or resting points. We still have benches on some parts of State Street as well already built into the infrastructure for those needs. And then again, there's a lot of adjacent restaurants flagging the site, so that also provides opportunities. And hopefully, as Mr. Edelman said, a synergy between the market and the neighboring businesses as well. So opportunities on private property as well.
But those wouldn't be for market users, like for people coming to the market who bought some strawberries and want to sit down and eat them, kind of thing.
Yeah, you can add.
Councilmember Sneddon, the site is big enough to accommodate our farmers with excess room for other items. So that is definitely a possibility. I think right now my main focus, of course, is accommodating our farmers and make sure the space is accessible to our community and our regular farmers market patrons and anyone that doesn't normally visit a farmers market. Really hopeful that they'll be joining us as well. But there's definitely room to collaborate on something like that, whether it's having music or tables or small events and things along those lines.
Okay, thank you. And then how does this space, the total space, compare to your current space?
Councilmember Sneddon, the footprint is very similar. It's slightly longer because of the width of Carrillo Street. That's sort of what was so special about that space. And compared to State Street, it would take about 7 to 8 blocks of stretching across State Street to match the size and scope of the Saturday market in its current state. So because of the double wide streets, we're able to put farmers on both sides of the street. There's not as many parklets or things in the way. So our Tuesday market right now, it's a long walk for people that go just 3 blocks from the bottom of the market on the 600 block up to nearly the Cannon Burrito end on the 800 block. If we were to extend that even farther, it would really limit the capacity for a lot of people to be able to go from end to end. Mm-hmm. But the footprint of the Carrillo site is slightly larger than the footprint inside of our current Coda lot.
Great, thank you. And then another thing that had come up before was restrooms. There, at the time when we first started talking about this, there were more restroom opportunities. I'm just wondering how that sits. Yeah.
Yes, for the restrooms, let me get to this slide. So there is right adjacent, in front of the Marshalls would be the easiest way to recognize at Cannon Perdido and State Street is the public restrooms there. That will serve as the primary restroom. And then just a block away is the public library as well. That could be an additional restroom.
Okay, thank you. And then last question, the vehicle barriers, are they exclusively for farmers market and they're stored and then used each Saturday, or are they sort of rotatable throughout the city, or where do those live?
Thank you for bringing that up. That they will be city property for the main use for on the Saturday for the farmers market, but they can be used for other city purposes as well, because they will be the trailers and barriers will be owned by the city of Santa Barbara.
Okay, thank you so much.
Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple more, whichever of you wants to answer. On the on Carrillo, how does, say, a fire truck get past those barriers? How do they access?
So between the two, a couple of the barriers will be a gate, and so it's just a matter of like hitting a button on the gate and then allowing the gate to come up, and then the emergency access can. The emergency personnel can access it that way. That is a requirement in the license agreement that there is a farmer's market staff person at both ends in the event of an emergency. That we have somebody already right there ready to push the gate.
Thanks. And then the way I'm reading that east end of Carrillo, you end the vendor area, then you have the barriers, and then you have an area for bicycle parking, right? A bicycle corral, is that what that means there? Bikers to dismount entering market, or is that?
Councilmember Jordan.
Is that just a get off your bike place?
It is for no matter what part of the market you're in, yeah, you are required to dismount your bike.
So any thought there of taking the end of that block and moving the barrier east and actually making a bike corral there? Because you already have a staff member there to kind of, used to be that way like at Earth Day. You'd walk up and there was a queuing bikes corral area that was supervised. I think they have it at the Bowl too, but any thought on that? Or just so you have somewhere that people can, while you're asking them to get off their bike, it's also on a crowded day sort of cumbersome to push a bike through the crowds, but you actually have a place where you could leave your bike that was safe, and you put the barrier closer up to Anacapa Street.
Councilmember Jordan, through the mayor, we did an assessment, and I apologize, I don't have the exact number, but there is a large amount of already bike racks within that couple block span, several hitching posts, and then if they're for a bicycle bike, there's a few of the corrals for that. I think that it will be a work in progress as we go into operation to see if there's additional parking needs. But I was particularly surprised about how many racks we had just right in that area.
Fair enough. I don't have to tell you, there's people in the crowd that have lost one right outside the door here during the daytime too. So just, you might work in progress on that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, thank you.
Ms. Gutierrez, another question?
I have two questions. One's a follow-up question. And again, for those that have not been very engaged in these committees, these working committees to get to this point, when was it decided where that money for those barricades? Was it in a public hearing or did we decide that money was going to come out of that fund for the new police department? Was that the trade-off because the public market was going to move?
Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez, I don't recall a specific date. It's for again, with the police station being relocated to the Coda lot, the directive from City Council was to assist with the relocation. So there was an assumption on certain fiscal requirements to get this site ready to operate. And then also in detail, I didn't go into detail in the staff report, or I did go into detail in the staff report, not necessarily in the presentation today. There was some other physical improvements like traffic signal work and some other pavement related items as well. Again, that was connected with the police station budget.
That had to be done on Carrillo and State?
Correct for, well, Carrillo and, yes, State, and then also some pedestrian improvements on Carrillo and Figueroa.
In order to move the farmer's market?
Correct.
And my second question is to the executive director. Are we anticipating more vendors now that it's going to be in this outside area than the lot?
Yeah, Councilmember Gutierrez, potentially yes. I think right now we are, my goal is to get all of our farmers that are currently participating in that market situated. We do have additional farmers that are interested in that market, and as soon as we move, those applications will be reviewed. So yes, our intention is to likely add additional vendors to that market as space permits, and right now it is looking like space will permit. We've had to, a lot of things have changed when we first selected this site. The parklets were put up. We've been dealing with this at our Tuesday market locations. We've had to make a lot of changes as the city makes changes and as they will continue to do with the master plan downtown. So we will continue to work with the city in any way we can. But right now, my goal is to get our current farmers that are in that market situated, but potentially, yes, we would love to add additional farmers to that market.
So would you say that at the end of, these conversations and years of working in committees, would you say that this outcome was a good outcome for the farmers?
Yeah, I would say, considering the circumstances, it has the potential to be a very good outcome for the farmers. Of course, like I mentioned before, we've been in this site for almost 40 years and operating a business that's incredibly successful, a huge part of the farmers market, Santa Barbara community. It was very hard to say goodbye to this location. But the council made their decision. We completely accept the decision that was made and have been working very positively with the city and really commend the city's work and city staff, the work that they've done with us, particularly Jessica Grant for helping us navigate through this process, and really the entire city staff that put all their time and energy into this. On our behalf, just understanding how important this is to Santa Barbara. It's a pretty special thing, our Saturday market in particular. The Tuesday market's fun, but the Saturday market is really a special part of sort of what makes Santa Barbara great.
My last question is for Ms. Grant. What is the total cost moving forward once the farmer market is established? How much will the city be, the city expenditures?
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez to the mayor for there will be a yearly licensing requirement that the city will receive yearly. That's approximately $2,000.
So the city will receive the license fee for $2,000, but how much would the city have to, the expenditure to have this farmer's market in the city? Is there like an annual or monthly expenditure?
There is, it's mainly just the upfront for the training that's required. So that was that $7,500 requirement for staff to train the farmers market staff on the, again, for the traffic detour, erection of signage, and the vehicle protection barriers. After we get to a point, and hopefully it's just a few times for that, then it's minimal staff needs for that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, very good. I have a couple of public safety concerns. I wonder if I could have our fire marshal come forward and ask a question or two. since this happens to be in your neighborhood, yeah, maybe, and maybe Chief Arroyo as well from PD. Chief DiGiulio, your fire station is obviously catty-corner to the beginning of the farmer's market thing on the slide right here. And there is I guess, a fire lane provided, but I'm a little concerned as you exit normally on Carrillo, if you're trying to go east for an emergency. What do you anticipate, for example, if it's blocked off there and Carrillo is in fact a freeway exit, which is a major artery into town and a major artery across town, what kind of concerns would you have as a fire marshal in terms of traffic and circulation in that situation?
Sure. Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse, council members. I share your concern. Just to preface my statements, this was approved under a previous fire administration and not in my tenure. I would not be in support of this layout, and I'll tell you why. And some of it pertains to your question, Mayor. Station 1 on Carrillo Street is in the running every year is the busiest fire station in the city. We average approximately 10 calls a day from that station. When you exit that station, you can either go east or west. That's it. This layout severely impedes our eastbound capabilities coming out of the fire station. Part of that reason is because of the potential queuing that happens in front of the actual driveway of the fire station. On busy times of the day without a farmer's market, the queuing can be pretty extensive in front of the fire station. Some folks look at the keep clear signs on the pavement. The majority of folks don't. That is going to significantly increase once we close Carrillo Street. Public Works and the Transportation Division has graciously offered to put in some new signaling devices there in front of the station to try to keep that area clear. But it is going to impact our capabilities to respond quickly out of the fire station. That's just getting out of the fire station. Now we have to deal with the circulation issues of having Carrillo Street closed. Is there a 20-foot fire lane? Does that meet California law? Yes, it does. I can pretty much tell you with certainty there is not a fire engineer on this department that will drive down the middle of a farmer's market when it's happening. If there's an event on these 0-100 blocks of east or west Carrillo, that space will be utilized by us to mitigate said problem, but using it as a thoroughfare is not going to happen on Saturday mornings. That's going to delay our response times, hence the efforts of Mrs. Grant and her colleagues to open up possibly the eastbound lane of Figueroa or another street in the area just to emergency personnel, close it to the public during the times of the farmer's market. It's going to swell with traffic in that area. We need a pressure relief valve somewhere that we can get around through the downtown corridor in a quick manner. So having, for instance, the eastbound Figueroa lane open just for us but closed to the public would allow us to go that way to get across town. So, as you know, and as I've explained in the past, east to west emergency response for both police and fire takes a lot longer than north to south because of the dips and because of the different obstacles we find going east to west. Now, this is a long-winded answer, but it will impede a large portion of our access by blocking off this area. And it's yet to be determined what actually will happen with the cars queuing on Chapala in front of Carrillo. On the other side of town, coming down Anacapa, what is that queuing going to look like? So that's my long-winded answer. Hopefully that gives you enough info.
All right, thank you, Chief. And you, once again, your interest in exit is all on Carrillo Street with your equipment.
Correct. Yeah.
All right,
which also holds the most pieces of apparatus in the whole fire department, Fire Station 1.
Okay, very good. I wonder if I could have Chief Arroyo have a question as well in terms of just traffic patterns. And I know that you don't potentially have counts, but anecdotally, Saturdays, you've got obviously a major grocery store across the street in Ralph's. You've got the fire station right there. And you've got the MTD station, which is marked out here as well. What do you think, in terms of just, your anecdotal experience in terms of traffic congestion and movement in that area? It's particularly on a Saturday morning. I don't know if Saturday morning is different than any other time, but.
Mr. Mayor, Saturdays can be very busy, and they can be not so busy. It really depends on kind of what's going on and what draws. The farmer's market is a big draw, so that will draw a lot of people to come to that area. In all honesty, that they're very successful. So I anticipate there will be a lot of vehicles. I do have the concern that the fire department has with the queuing, because that occurs every day, every week. Correo Street is the main thoroughfare that people, when they come off the freeway, they usually come to downtown Santa Barbara through that. The signs even say that downtown Santa Barbara this way. So that is a concern. We've worked to try to find a release valve, as the fire marshal has explained, on Figueroa Street, trying to make a lane that is just for public safety so that we will have some type of relief valve there. I am concerned about Chapala Street. It does get backed up both sides. When the fire apparatus comes out, they're going to have a very difficult time going southbound as well, because people that want to go south, that will be the only way that they can detour. So it's not just north, it's also south. We'll have to wait and see how this goes. We're trying to mitigate it as best we can, and I think those mitigations are that relief valve on Figueroa Street or finding other alternatives. The Public Works Department has been working with fire to try to put more signage, to put lights there to try to keep people out of that buffer zone so that the engine and the apparatus can get out in an emergency.
Thank you. So given those answers, Ms. Grant, and what you're asking us to do today is approve a license agreement with the farmer's market to be there. If it proves to be a problem in terms of public safety, circulation, and congestion, what are our options with this license agreement?
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. There is a clause in the license agreement related for emergency access, and there is a clause that the market license could be revoked. And again, that would be the worst case scenario, but we do have that language in the contract.
Right. I just, once again, I just see some of the challenges we have with our current circulation and some of the circumstances we're under today.
Right.
And this seems like it could exacerbate some of the problems we currently have. So it's a bit of a concern for me. Ms. Sneddon, you have a question?
I do, Mayor Rouse, thank you. I'm very confused and troubled, I think, by this coming out at this stage. And I know I predicated my vote to approve the location of the police station on there being an acceptable relocation for Farmers Market. And now this location of Farmers Market, it's sounding like is possibly has public safety concerns, and that is troubling, and that could be revoked, that the license could be revoked based on public safety concerns. So I suppose it's a question at this point of what am I missing here? I thought we had thoroughly looked at all the police station options, and that was in conjunction with thoroughly looking at 2 years worth of farmers market locations. We looked at De La Guerra Plaza spilling over into State Street, and all kinds of options for years. And so I don't understand, I guess, why this is now.
Councilmember Sneddon, if I could address that, I think with this location, again, which checked, that was the most ideal of all the other, locations that were looked at, is there's not one location that wouldn't have any circulation or emergency access concerns. That's just as we look at private and public development and then like these, which is a long-term, I guess, special event. So it's to hear from emergency response that their concern is that it's a valid concern no matter what what we're reviewing. And as part of the project and the signal timing and we've shut Carrillo down just to confirm what the queuing was, et cetera. So everything's been designed to address emergency response concerns. Is there potential to still have additional concerns? Yes. That just means that we work on that together to see, if there could be additional troubleshooting. It would be, again, if it was any other location in the city, it would be done the same way.
That's very helpful, thank you, because I don't think any of us are comfortable with overriding public safety concerns. So that's a helpful framing. And then I think also I have discomfort with that our option would be to revoke the license. I would think the option would be to continue to work with the farmers market forever until they're, okay.
Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Grant, the curb extensions that are shown just off the top left there, are those under construction now, or is it back down in the block?
They are under construction now associated with the pavement maintenance project.
And so, taking little bites at this, I mean, if you can get out in that open zone in front of the fire station, and you're going to the east side and your choice is to go left, the curb extensions don't help you go right on Figueroa, right? If you have a big vehicle, a hook and ladder, or a big fire unit, right?
For those curb extension review, there's turning templates that are done during the review, so they're not impediments to turning movements. And there's also, again, this is right adjacent to the MTD Transit Center, which is also large vehicles. So again, they couldn't be impediments to the travel.
I don't really see them turn well on those small streets every day. But and then if you wanted to come out of the fire department and go right on Chapala, have you then thought about moving the very left-hand turn lane stop point back down the street further to allow more of a turning radius there for a large vehicle?
Let me just, if I understand your question.
let me
So you're
help.
turning
There's
from
two-
the fire station right on Chapala and then a left on Canon Perdido, or just a right on Chapala?
Just the right on Chapala. There's two turn lanes there to turn off Chapala onto Carrillo. They both stop up at the intersection, but if your choices are to try and take little bites out of this, and where do I want to go that way, then I got to go north or south, depending upon where I want to go that way. Can a hook and ladder come out now out of the station onto Carrillo and then turn right on Chapala the way the existing traffic is all the way up to the crosswalk at that point? Or are there arrangements there you can make to stagger those oddly like they are in Carrillo, if that's making sense, right? But the full, Ryan probably knows what I mean. So the full left turn lane comes back 20 feet, but the right turn lane going left is actually closer to the intersection, right? I mean, is that a small bite to take to help make it better, or?
Yes, yes, Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Jordan. If you've had the privilege of being in that left-hand turn lane, trying to turn onto Carrillo, and the ladder truck is making a right turn onto Chapala, there's some pretty big eyeballs in that car that's waiting to make that left-hand turn.
Okay.
We can do it. Is it pretty? No. Would it be nice to pull that white stop line back to have the car queue further back? For sure.
Okay.
That would be something that I would have to communicate with Ms. Grant and Mr. Bailey, see if we can pull that off. Little bite-sized things like you mentioned.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just jump in here really quick to just clarify what the proposed license agreement does provide. in terms of revocation if it came to that worst-case scenario. It does provide that the license agreement can be revoked on 90 days at the city's sole discretion on 90 days notice to the farmer's market, or it also can be revoked immediately upon the determination of the fire chief and police chief that the continued operation of a certified farmer's market in the licensed area unreasonably interferes with the ability to provide emergency services and delivery of written notice. So that is what it provides. Obviously, we wouldn't want it to come to that, but we do have the ability under the agreement, if necessary, to come up with an alternative arrangement and to pull out of this agreement if needed. So just wanted to let you know.
All right, very good. Thank you for that clarification. With that, we'll move to public comment. I have Mark Sheridan, who's still with us. Madam Clerk, we'll go back to 3 minutes on these, please. Thank you. Mr. Sheridan.
Thank you. The rich history of the farmers market has become full circle. I remember signing the first agreement with the redevelopment agency after moving out of the Lincoln School parking lot. So the school could be demolished and the commuter lot in the Saturday farmers market was born. I support the market, but I have concerns. What is the plan? I wrote this before this happened. What is the plan if the location changes of the market negatively affect the parking is difficult? A linear market with over 100 farmers has potential to overwhelm the average shopper. Simply, I request the city consider De La Guerra Plaza and Street as a backup alternative. I know it's been reviewed and the farmers turned it down, but really, De La Guerra Plaza is the center of the community. The farmers might have to make some changes on because the operational issues have to do that there's some very large trucks that come into the market, and some people come with very small vehicles. Some could be eliminated. You could find more space creatively and work with the farmers to do that. And then as far as Ms. Gutierrez, you can blame me for that charge or that public safety. I've been working on that for over 5 years, and thank you. Sometimes cries for help are answered, and it just takes time. The vehicle gate barriers are a good solution. I've seen them in action, and our citizens will be safe shopping at the market, and it's about time. But why only on one side? If you're going to we need hardened entrances to the market. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, are any speakers online for this item?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, very good. Then it's back to council. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank the city staff for their efforts on this issue and also everyone involved with the farmers market. I know that this has been a very problematic situation all the way around. But I will say that I get the logic as to why you picked this location, and I think it just makes sense to me. It's as it was stated, it's such a busy corridor. It makes sense that that's where you want to be seen and accessed, right? Is a busy corridor, and there's so much parking in the area. I do understand the safety concerns, and I appreciate everyone's voicing that concern. But I really like this idea. I think it's good, and I also really appreciate these defense equipment. In researching for the last few years about what to do with State Street, I got to see these are these guards at several expos that we've been to, League of Cities. There's a lot of companies that build guards like this, and they seem to be the safest route to take in that regard. So I appreciate you all looking into that, and I'm in full support of it. Thanks.
Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I, too, am a little taken back about being here today this way. I was all set for, it's like the wedding, you know, and let's get started with this. And it's troubling to hear public safety get up and express concerns when it's here cooked and baked. Even though probably, like they both have said, they might get up and say the same thing about any location we would pick. Personally, I don't pretend at all to fully understand the safety dynamics. That's not my job. That's those two people's jobs sitting right there in uniform. And so I put a lot of weight on that. That aside, I think everything about this is great. I like the crisscross density that it brings to the operation of the market. The 900 and 1,000 blocks are among the most dead in the State Street area and need this greatly. They will benefit from you. You will benefit from them. It's the center of town, adjacent to the businesses and lots of opportunities. Personally, you guys have my total commitment and support to do whatever I can to make something happen. I guess I'm going to wait and see how the discussion works out. I think, you know, I just hate to put everybody in this position, but I'd like to see you go away and have a conversation with public safety and come back with some additional bites to make this less of a problem than they say it's a problem now. If that's the silly suggestions I made that have merit, or other suggestions they can to, if not take away all of their concerns, at least chip away at their concerns to a level where it's no more of an issue than anywhere else in town, and we would do it. We would. That's just what we're going to live with. So that's kind of my comments on where I am. I'm kind of sitting on the fence, waiting to be pushed off on either side on this. But wherever this lands, I just want to say I think it's been a great effort by both the market, I know they've struggled with it, and by staff to do the work. And we've got something in front of us, and it's just unfortunate to hear that there's these particular logistics and dynamics to it at this point in time. And in my perfect world, you would go away and talk about this some more and maybe make some adjustments at this site and come back and ask for approval again. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I agree with a lot of what Councilmember Jordan just said. You know, I was very prepared to come in celebrating today, and I think that's been tempered a bit, but I appreciate it. I mean, it's an important conversation to have, so I very much appreciate the feedback. And like my colleagues, this has been an excellent process and a long one. And I agree, and I think Councilmember Gutierrez said it, this is a truly great location. I mean, it solves so many problems for the market. It solves some issues for the city. I just think that it has the potential to be a hub for our community for the next 40 plus years. I really do love this location. I think it's excellent, and I support it, and I would support moving forward with it today. But I agree, I would love to hear more and understand more what the mitigation package would look like. It sounds to me like there are mitigations that can work, whether it's Figueroa, and I didn't quite understand. We said maybe we would close half of Figueroa if necessary. I mean, I think maybe we should commit to those types of mitigations. I'm not sure what the solution is. I think I'm prepared to move forward with this today, but I would very much like to have a report back on what the full spectrum of mitigations would look like before it moves to being implemented. So I guess that would be my solution today. I mean, this has been such a long process that to delay it further, and I know the Farmers Market Association has work to do to prepare for this as well, so to put that off further is going to have impacts to you and your folks. So I would like to be able to vote yes and then have an additional conversation about what the mitigations would look like, understanding that we do have those fail-safes within the license agreement. If we hear from our public safety experts that there are zero mitigations, then we'll have to revisit this at that point. That's not what I heard today, and I'm confident that we can come up with some plans that will be monitored over time as well. So that's really what I would like to see. I'd like to move it forward today with the request that it come back for a fulsome conversation about what those various pieces are and what that could look like and what we could all fit together on the safety side. But I, like both of my colleagues that have spoken already, I don't see a better place for this. I think this is a place that really we could all celebrate, and there are going to be safety concerns everywhere. It's a matter of what we can do to mitigate those here, and I'm confident with our experts that we can really get somewhere. So I'd be willing to support it today and look forward to the conversation that would be coming back about the safety implications.
Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. So I'm also sharing the same feelings. I think, I mean, more than ever, we need this farmer's market and to support its success. I mean, brick and mortar is struggling, downtown is struggling, and through all of this, the farmer's market just continues to shine and bring people in community, in downtown. And what's concerning me right now, and I wasn't concerned about it before, but this ability to revoke the license basically at a moment's notice, and which seems important, and ordinarily I would be okay with that, except for that we just heard from our two public safety officers that they're already concerned and that it's already tight, and would it take one accident and then it's immediately revoked and there's no safety net for the farmer's market. And I'm very concerned moving forward without a safety net. This has been years of trying to come with a suitable location. It's going to cost money to train people to even be able to set up in a new location. So I'm very uncomfortable without having a backup site or a resolution from the city council, or at least a motion of support that there's a backup site that could be immediately implemented. This seems to me a little bit, I did not have this concern before hearing from public safety, but hearing that there are already concerns, they're not completely mitigated. The part that makes me very uncomfortable is the ability to revoke the license with very little to no notice. And it seems almost likely, given that we're not, that's concerning to me. And that we didn't know that until the question was asked is a little bit concerning also, because it makes me wonder what else are we not asking that we didn't know about. I mean, if Mayor Rouse had not just asked that question, we wouldn't know there were these concerns. So I'm completely supportive of the location, the work that's gone into this. Very, very excited for what this would bring downtown, and just envisioning, when you're saying that the traffic patterns would swell, I can see that from a public safety issue of concern, and I can also see it as an excitement level of, like, really? You think it could swell and we could have people like downtown and filling that core? So, I mean, I'm completely supportive. There are mitigations that sound like need to still be looked at. It would be much more ideal if we were all in support all the way around. So, I mean, I am concerned about this. I mean, of course, we need to retain the ability to revoke a license if there are safety concerns, but I'm very concerned that that leaves the farmer's market with absolutely no safety net, which I didn't realize until today's meeting that was even in contention.
Ms. Gutierrez.
I also share the same sentiment as my colleagues. I wish I can say yes to move it forward. I know there's been a lot of work behind this decision. I've always been very vocal about and honest. I don't feel comfortable making the decision after hearing what public safety had to say, especially because Carrillo is one of our main streets. If we can find an alternative, I would be in full support. And I mean, we definitely have to do something from the downtown. I think we have to change our policy, but at this moment, I can't say fully yes after hearing the public safety concerns.
Mr. Friedman.
So I appreciate the public safety concerns because that's one of our primary, if not our primary job as council members, is to ensure the public safety. And you're talking about going to the other side of state and beyond to the east side. However, I also understand that if we didn't move forward with this, I don't think there's enough time for the farmers market to, one, go back and vet it. What would that process be? Because they had to be out by September if we go forward with the new police station and the timeframes we're talking about. So I think the appropriate course of action today would be to go forward as is presented today, but then give direction for our public safety, farmers market, city administrator's office to work together to really refine and try to address those safety concerns. This is in line with where Councilmember Harmon and other colleagues are. And also at that point, if there is a backup, when you're looking long-term at potential De La Guerra Plaza with the changes, but that was already discussed, I know, in there. So I think that the prudent thing is to move forward today and try to address those safety concerns to the best that we can, because if we don't, there really isn't a viable Saturday market, which has a lot of other implications on what we're trying to do downtown and for the fiscal health of our community, because that will bring in revenue, which also funds public safety on the back end, because it is such a draw and we need those revenues that come in. So I think you have someone has a motion, so if someone does, I'll be happy to hear it.
Well, first we have Mr. Gutierrez's lights on.
Yes, thank you. I just want to emphasize again that obviously our number one priority is public safety, and just keep in mind that we are addressing that by building a brand new state-of-the-art police station for that. And as a result of that, we're having the farmers market move. And one of my biggest criticisms in the past was accessibility to that farmers market. And this proves to me that they heard that and they're doing something about it by moving it to such an accessible location. So I just want to re-emphasize that as to why I think this is a good idea. And I agree too that we need to make sure that they're supported so that, if something does happen, they just don't lose their license right off the bat. So with that being said, again, I just want to encourage everyone to support this.
Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can make the motion if it's appropriate. Thank you. I would move staff recommendation with the additional direction that our public safety experts work with transportation staff and city administrator's office and the market board to develop a safety mitigation plan. And in addition, I'm going to try this out to see if there's support for it, provide direction that our staff also consider alternatives to this location to be implemented in the event that this license is revoked.
Okay. So motion by Harmon, second by Sneddon. Okay, very good. Ms. Gutierrez.
I just wanted to comment on Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez's comment. The reason that I said the comments that I said that I didn't feel comfortable supporting because of the presentation that our public safety gave was, Ms. Sneddon said it, it takes one incident to have their license revoked. And we cannot predict the future, and I'm not willing to take, that chance of having one incident. and we all lose. So I will be supporting the motion that's on the table.
All right, very good. Well, I have about 20-plus years' experience dealing with being on police station search committees and whatnot, and I realized that the lot we chose is the correct lot. And I did, like Mr. Sheridan, I did try to work and convince the farmers market to perhaps help us in designing De La Guerra Plaza. They chose that it was not their favorite alternative, which is fine. What we're doing on this location is we're accommodating what they need, and I completely get the logistics. I mean, with the wider street of Carrillo, trucks on both sides, the customer capacity, that's great. Having it this close, however, to our main fire station, the one that rolls the most, the one that rolls the biggest equipment out, gives me the heebie-jeebies only because the main artery off of the freeway coming into town for most folks is Carrillo. And given any morning, that can be a tough sled. Now, public safety and traffic engineering can get together and show us a decent alternative. That would be great. I can't support this going forward because, as Mr. Freeman said, our number one job, everything else notwithstanding, is public safety. And all of us want a farmer's market. It's a part of our cultural fabric. We want it to succeed and survive, but not at the expense of potentially causing a catastrophe. And frankly, we've experienced enough catastrophes in the last 4 or 5 years to realize public safety is probably as important as it's ever been. So going forward, yeah, we're going to build a new police station. That's all great, but if you couldn't get in and out of it in an expeditious way, it wouldn't make much sense. That's the thing with Station 1. We just reinvest in Station. Station 1 is our emergency operations center during our disasters and storms. It's really important to have that open all the time. And it's only Saturday mornings. I get that. I think the barricades, I think everything else has been great. But I'm going to have a hard time supporting going forward with this. It's better than, I think Mr. Edelman would agree, it's better than going with 4 linear blocks of the farmer's market to try to make that work. However, that would be logistically a lot easier right now because State Street's already not doing anything. And I was asking Ms. Grant before why Carrillo, and she explained it's because it was as wide as it is and it can have the capacity. I get all that. But having it right there, that east-west egress between the station and an emergency happening just to the east of it and having to maybe hook up to Figueroa and go over and come back down, I just can't. I can't support it unless engineering can show us another way around. So I can't support what we're doing today. Ms. Harmon, I think, had the right idea in having public safety come back with us. So I suppose on that level I could support the motion, except that I just can't support the part that's on slide 5 with the Carrillo as, until I'm shown otherwise. So I like the idea of coming back with future engineering, but going forward, if everybody throws their hands up and go, we're just going to do Carrillo until something happens, can't do that. So with that, if there's no more comments to the motion, Ms. Snidd.
I just want to make sure that I understand the motion is to approve what's before us today and that the alternatives are only in the event that in the future this license was revoked.
Okay.
It was not I wanted to make sure. Okay, thank you.
All right, so to my point, though, something would have to happen negatively for us to move to that level, which I don't want to see, frankly. So, all right, thank you for that clarification, though. Appreciate that. If everybody else is ready to vote, we can do so.
Okay, I will repeat the motion as I have it. Please correct me if necessary. Motion by Councilmember Harmon, seconded by Councilmember Snedden, to approve the staff recommendations with direction that public safety experts work with transportation staff and the city administrator's office and the farmers market board to develop a safety mitigation plan and provide direction that our staff consider alternatives to this location to be implemented in the event the license is revoked.
Is that the motion?
Okay?
Okay, very
Okay.
good.
Go ahead and vote, please.
Motion passes 5-2 with Rouse and Alejandro Gutierrez dissenting. All right. Thank you very much. And with that, we will move to item 4. If you'd have an item to read, please.
Yes, item 4, General Western Aero Hangars Restoration Analysis Study, Environmental Review, and Proposed Public Outreach.
All right. And, let's see, Sam. Director Hastert.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and council members. I'm happy to be here with you today to give you an update on a project at the airport, or potential project at the airport with multiple options that has garnered a lot of public comment and a lot of attention. And I will assure you that we have listened to that public comment, and we have some feedback that we received from our airport commission as well. But I would like to just kick this off. So the purpose of today is to provide an update on the General Western Aero Hangars. There are 2 historical hangars that have been at the airport since the early 30s, and we've done quite a few studies on the ability to restore those or whether they should go away, different options that we will talk about in more detail, and then also seek guidance from the council for a path to move forward with our recommendations on the next steps. As a part of our team, we have several consultants that worked on different analysis that we will speak about in just a minute. And then myself, Chris Haster, is the airport director, and I have with me today Jessica Metzger, who is our airport planner, Sarah Iza, who could not be here today, and Brad Klinzing, who I believe, right behind me here, who helped a lot to coordinate a lot of these reports through Public Works. I'd also like to add a special recognition to Public Works, who assisted us in looking at the environmental as well through their special projects department, as our staff did not have the ability to fully analyze that on our own.
Thank you, Director Hastert. So just to start out, we're going to give you a little history of the General Western Aero Hangar Company. And so it started with the construction of these 2 hangars in 1931. And then in 1932, the company constructed 4 P-2 Meteor aircraft. This was a new style of aircraft that was faster than most others in that era because it had a varied pitch propeller. And then in 1933, unfortunately, the Great Depression bankrupted the company. In this short period of time, this company was still a foundation for the creation of the Santa Barbara Airport. And it represents the development of early airport commerce at a local level, which was something really new for airports. The hangar architecture was also unique for its time. The style is called vernacular style utilitarian, and there's only a few other hangars across California that are still erected with that same style. Another part of the history is the reports that have been done on these hangars, starting out with a Lenvik and Meyer report in 2002. What was prepared with prior conditions and use analysis for the hangars, but unfortunately, due to lack of funding, it did not go anywhere at that point in time. And then once again in 2014, the hangars were looked at in a historic structures report. And this report identified that the hangars are eligible both for the National Registry of Historic Places and for listing as city landmarks. So that was in 2014. Last year, we also did a conditions and further use analysis of the hangars. And we analyzed 4 options with 2 new options that hadn't been discussed before that we'll be talking about on future slides. The environmental review that was done on the hangars has been multi-part. It started out with the hangars being included in our 2017 Master Plan Update EIR. This Master Plan Environmental Impact Report looked at 4 different options for the hangars, including no action, leaving them in place, relocation, and documentation and demolition. We also did an addendum to that EIR that was created in 2017 last year, and this analyzed two new options that hadn't been talked about in the 2017 master plan. These included the deconstruction of one hangar and using the materials to further shore up the other hangar, so just leaving us with one hangar. Those could be done either in place as it's currently located or moved to a new location on the airport property. This is something to help you with the two different environmental reviews and understand really what we're looking for today from the council. So if you'll look under the 2017 EIR column, we have option 1 and 2 crossed out. That is no longer on the table. Airport staff is not looking at taking no action, and we're also not in favor of leaving it in place. So what we're looking at is the 2023 analysis study column, and so that shows the different impacts based on CEQA. And so starting out with the two that were significant impacts, that would be document and demolish, and also deconstruct and demolish and rehabilitation. So not only are those class 1 impacts, but they also would need a statement of overriding considerations. That adds quite a bit of process to the environmental review. It would have to go to Planning Commission and also be adopted by this body. The second class 2 less than significant with mitigation impact was relocate, restore, and reuse. So we would still have to do further analysis of that and have to figure out what our mitigation measures would be to go with that option. And then the final option, which is the easiest, is restore and reuse, at least from a CEQA perspective. So this is exempt from CEQA. So just to give you all of that information on one simple slide, these are the options that we are reviewing with you today. Document and demolish, restore in place, relocate and restore, or that consolidation option.
One of the issues that has come up with this project as we looked at it in the past, as Ms. Metzger mentioned in I think 2002, was funding. And so that has always been a concern about what do we do with these General Western Aero hangars moving forward. So I would like to just clarify, this project is not eligible for FAA grant funding. That is something that we have looked at, but there are some potential options for funding out there through public and private donations, potential community grants through a state or other organizations, or potentially working with developers that are interested in leasing airport property that would potentially be able to assist with this project as well. When we look at the different options, they all have a different dollar amount, and obviously you guys are guys and girls are very familiar with the costs going up right now with construction. So all of these are preliminary numbers. My guess is they would probably be a little bit higher. But the least expensive obviously would be to document and demolish the hangars, not considering the extra environmental work that needs to go into it, at about just under $400,000. The most expensive option would be option 3, which is to relocate and restore the hangars, both of them for $5.78 million. Consolidate in place, you're saving one of the hangars, $1.68 million. And then the option to restore both of the hangars in the existing location for just over $2 million. The one thing I would like to clarify on option 2, which we'll discuss a little bit more, is that those hangars are in very bad shape right now. And so there will be the requirements to add some other structural integrity probably to the inside of the hangar for support of some of those trusses that are in there. With that extra support, it is unlikely that we would be able to accommodate some of the current uses that you would associate with the hangar with a large wide span to be able to accommodate like a large aircraft or something like that. It would probably have some beams that are somewhat located to provide that structural support. It doesn't mean that you couldn't put maybe a smaller aircraft in there if that was a potential use, but I just wanted to be clear that the use would be limited if we restore them in place. We did run some numbers and just looked at an analysis of what the cost and the benefit would be. And I was actually kind of surprised to see that option number 2, restore in place, brought the best estimated net present value after 25 years. However, I will say this would be if we lease it out at full market rate, which is not as likely with the limitations that are on the hangar. In addition to that, it is highly likely that we would be working with somebody else to help us to fund restoring these hangars, and we wouldn't necessarily be charging full market rate, but we wouldn't also be expending as much money to do that project. So option number 2, which is to restore in place, also aligns very well with the sustainability section of our general plan, which with the mission statement of living within our resources. So we just wanted to also highlight that if we do proceed forward with restoring those hangars, that it does fit in line with the ultimate mission of sustainability within the city's general plan. We did take this to the Airport Commission about 2 weeks ago. We received quite a bit of public comment, and I will say it was overwhelming, asking us to support option 2, which is to restore both of the hangars in place. There was a number of different uses that were proposed, anything from sports centers to aviation museums to Hot Rod Association working collaborative with aviation museums. I can say that there is, in my opinion, a lot of support out there for these 2 hangars and a lot of different options that I think we could look at and hopefully bring back one that fits within our master plan and the allowed uses for that facility. So the staff recommendation at this point is not to pick any specific option. It is really to keep all of our options open and start a public outreach process to gather more information, find out what interest groups are out there, what different developers may be out there, and gather that information to find out if there is funding to be able to support restoring these hangars and what types of potential uses we would have associated with those restoration efforts. Or in the unlikely scenario that there is not funding available, be able to make a good recommendation back to the council and to the commission before the council to move forward with this project. We don't think that it's good to continue waiting to let those hangars deteriorate any further without taking any action. And we are optimistic that there will actually be some funding and some support, like I said, for an option that meets within our master plan and allowed uses for the facility. And with that, if you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer them.
All right, thank you very much. Question from council, Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you just reiterate what, if anything, has the FAA had to say about this situation that we're in?
So, Councilmember Gutierrez, through the mayor, the FAA doesn't comment directly on these hangars other than potentially with what the potential uses are for the hangars, because they're currently on the airport area and they are zoned for aviation type of uses. The only conversations we've had is looking at this project, whether they're eligible for grant funding, and restoration of hangars is not one of those types of uses that is eligible for that grant funding.
Has any historical groups come forward to declare this a historical landmark?
As Ms. Betzger mentioned, there was the report that was done. We have not declared them officially as historic landmarks. That is something that we could look at as well. And I would like to say there are options for the potential uses. As I mentioned, that you may not be able to necessarily fit an aircraft inside of them. So we do have the ability potentially to move the fence line, which would allow better public access to those facilities if it was something like an aviation museum or a visitor center like we used to have. So we have many different options that we can look at and bring back as a recommendation as well.
So that would have to, the declaring it a historical landmark would have to come from us? It wouldn't come from like a national agency or anything like that?
Do you know the process for that?
It's actually two different processes entirely. So one is at the national level, and the other is through our city historian and community development.
Gotcha. And if we were to do that, would that limit our ability to use it for things?
So I'm not familiar with exactly what the restrictions may be for the use. I know it would also factor into how we restore those hangars and our ability to keep them as close to original as possible. One of the things that we would like to look at as we do this public outreach, one of the public commenters at the commission did mention that there may be grant funding available if it is or isn't necessarily a historical landmark. And so we would do a further evaluation to see if that would be a net positive if we wanted to go down that road, or if it would hamper our efforts to move forward with the project.
Yeah, I'd be really interested to find out the pros and cons of declaring it a historical landmark. So if you can look into that, I'd appreciate it. When it comes to the funding, so the airport is an enterprise fund, so the airport couldn't just fund this itself. It has to get funding from outside of itself.
So thank you, Councilmember Gutierrez. So it's not necessarily a question of can we or can we not. We would have to be very careful how we invest airport funds into that project, because we do have grant assurances and other things that we need to make sure that we are meeting. It doesn't necessarily rule out our ability to, but that would be a secondary question where if we can't find the funding to do this project, we would be coming back to the council to seek a recommendation of whether we should cancel some of our capital projects, which are very needed. We have a lot of aging infrastructure despite just these hangars. And so any funds that would be devoted to this project would come out of our capital development project for very needed projects already.
And remind me, what's the financial status of the airport? Are you all doing well? Are you in the green or in the red?
So thank you, Councilmember Gutierrez, the mayor. We are doing well at the airport, but obviously with all of the continued growth in passenger demand and a lot of projects coming up, we do have some deferred maintenance. We definitely meet all of our reserve goals. But it's a balance of what projects we move forward with our capital development to be able to keep those reserves in place.
Okay, and when it comes to the environmental aspect of this entire situation, I understand these are very old, so they were built with things that are no longer allowed. So things like asbestos, lead paint, lead fuel. So even if we were to restore it or actually allow people on there, like, are the levels of all those toxic elements safe? Like, would it be dangerous to allow people to be able to be around there?
Yes, council member, through the mayor. So there would be a significant amount of rehabilitation in that area. And also something that you didn't mention that's a big part of that rehabilitation too, is it's in a floodplain entirely. And so we would have to build stem walls around the building to kind of make sure it was flood-proofed from future flooding.
So when you say it had to be rehabilitated, that to me sounds like we would have to start over, right? Because a lot of those toxins are literally underneath it, right?
So, Councilmember Gutierrez, I don't know of any contamination per se that is underneath. We've done a lot of other testing in the area for other requirements not associated with the general Western Aero hangars. I know when you look at old buildings, there's sometimes issues with asbestos or lead paint, but any project to move forward for restoration would meet all of the current requirements for that. So through encapsulation or cleanup and removal, things like that, I don't believe that there would be a big concern. We can look into that a little bit more, but I don't believe there would be a big concern to be able to utilize these hangars, other than we can't right now just for safety concerns that the buildings are not structurally safe.
Yeah, I would just be really careful, because it seems like every day now we're finding out that something we use regularly has proven to be toxic. So, yeah, let's keep that in mind. Thank you.
Ms. Snead.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I really appreciate the inclusion of the language from the housing element about living sustainably within our means and then finding a way to incorporate that into these decisions. Really appreciate that. I just have one question. slide 8, I think I just didn't understand because I think, like, I'm supportive of option 2, and I think there was input from option 2, but option 2 is crossed out here, and you said it's no longer, but I think I missed it. Are you saying it's not an option anymore? Or
Thank you, Councilmember Stan, through the mayor. So what you see on the left-hand side was the original 4 options, and so the original option 2 was to leave in place and just mothball them. The revised option 2 that we're talking about today is to restore and reuse them in place.
Thank you so much. I just want to be really clear on that. So when we're talking about option 2 today, we're talking about restore and reuse in place.
That is correct.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Hastert, so anecdotally, I was under the impression that these are like in a fatal flood zone if you leave them in place. Is that not a good statement?
So thank you, Councilmember Jordan, and we do have Brad Cleansing here that can answer some more detailed questions on that, but I will just say that it is in a floodplain, and it would severely restrict the use, and there would be the requirement through the restoration to incorporate some of that into the construction for the restoration, but it definitely would restrict the use of those facilities.
So when you say incorporating in the restoration, typically that would mean you'd have to lift it up above the flood zone, right?
I'm getting a little bit out of my area of expertise, but my understanding is that you can build some stem walls inside the hangar to be able to accommodate that without lifting the hangars.
And then any leave-in-place plan is in the master plan. Is there feasibility to public ingress and egress and parking to even partake of using those things?
So thank you, Councilmember Jordan. That is what I had mentioned earlier, is currently they're fenced inside of the airport, and by inside I mean you can't get to them without going through some kind of a security gate. Depending on whatever the use would be that comes forward as a recommendation, that could be a use that is still inside of the airport in the secure area, or it is right on the edge of our fence line adjacent to plenty of parking that is associated with the former Deckers building that is there. So depending on what the recommended use would be, and we don't have a recommendation for the use right now, it could be either inside the fence or outside the fence with adequate parking.
And then on demolition, what's driving the Class 1 findings? Are those historical findings?
Hi, Council. Caitlin Momolsky, Project Planner for Public Works. The Class 1, Councilmember Jordan, through the Mayor, the Class 1 significant impacts are associated with historic resources, so the demolition is what's driving that.
So the choice there would just really be to ignore the historical, make some kind of overriding as to the reason why it has nothing to do with what the buildings are made of or that kind of impact. It's just purely because they're historical.
The statement of overriding considerations, the benefits of the project would need to outweigh the demolition of the historic elements. Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For the relocation, for option 3, relocate, restore, and reuse, where would we relocate? And I apologize if you mentioned it already.
I did not.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez, through the mayor. We have not identified a specific place that these could go to, and so depending on that public outreach and what our recommendation back to the council would be, if that was a recommendation that we wanted to move forward with. We do have property on the north side of Hollister that is not zoned for aviation purposes that we may be able to put them in, but that would be a decision that the council would have to review because it probably has a different type of use that would work better than relocating hangars onto that facility. The other option would be similar to what we did with Hangar 5. That was actually relocated for private use somewhere off airport property. We do not currently have anybody that has expressed interest in that option.
So for option 2, and going back to Councilmember Jordan mentioning that it's in a flood zone area, if we would restore and reuse, even though it's in that flood area, and when we remodeled, would that hangar still be in danger of getting flooded, even though with the elevation and
So thank you, Councilmember Gutierrez. Yes, that is current, the two hangars are currently in the floodway, which is almost the worst that it could be.
Okay.
And so any of the types of uses that would be in there, the restoration would account for the building to make sure that the building was safe during some type of a flood. But the uses inside would have to be things that could either be taken out if there was a storm coming, or just expected that the water level would reach that of reaching the floor inside of the hangar.
Okay. I learned about the how historical they are, especially in aviation, and I don't want to see it getting rid of it. So I guess I'll save my comments to the end.
All right, very good. With that, we'll go to our speakers. A few here. Start with Mike Conroy. He left, okay. John Blankenship. And John will be followed by Kevin Haberly.
Mayor and councilmen, my name is John Blankenship, and I'm the founding director of the Pierre Clyson's Veterans Foundation. I'm also a member of every veteran organization, American Legion, VFW, Vietnam Vets, and all that. And in 1953, my father and I landed at that airport. And then 7 years later, I was entered UCSB and was on one of the old barracks that looked down on that airport. So for me, it has a lot of meaning. And then when I've owned airplanes for the next 50 years, I've made hundreds of landings, all of them successful. And there's a couple extra, even more famous pilots that have landed there, one being Charles Lindbergh and the other being Amelia Earhart. So for me, it's a historical thing that I hope that we can somehow salvage. You know, it's a lot of problems and it's going to cost money, but I think it's worthy of doing. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Kevin Haberly. Be followed by Mike Cleary.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is Kevin Haberly. I am the founder and president of the Community Hot Rod Project, a local nonprofit here. Our local nonprofit organization requests the council today to partner with our group in efforts to save the Western General Hangars. Having this opportunity to restore these historical landmarks to their potential will increase tourism to the area exponentially, and local businesses will thrive for the amount of patronage it will attract. This will put Santa Barbara on the map in another great way. Our organization has partnered with many well-known local nonprofit organizations, including the Police Activities League, the Boys and Girls Club of Santa Barbara, and the Pierre Clyson's Veterans Foundation as a united front to better the lives of our local youth and the community as a whole. The mixture of automotive and aviation history at these hangars is extensive. We aim to save them and educate future generations about the importance of the site. Most people know the aviation history of the hangars, but fewer know that at this very site shared strong automotive historical roots. Just out front of the hangars was the location of the first sanctioned drag race in the United States, as well as home to what became known as the Santa Barbara Road Races. That featured many celebrities, including James Dean, who frequent the track. Positioned between the two hangars was the grandstand for the spectators of the races. The outlines of those very bleachers are still visible on both sides of the hangar's walls today. Our nonprofit organization would like the opportunity to make this happen for our town and are prepared to fund the restoration and construction of the grounds. We have identified several funding opportunities from local and federal grants totaling to about the amount of $1.5 million on top of the community and private donors that are ready and willing to donate to save these hangars with the help of our organization with the vision for this property. We envision the restored hangars as a landmark for our community. as a living monument to Galea's unique aviation and automotive history. As many of you already know, Southern California is known for its classic car and historical aviation culture. We see the hangars restored back to their former glory, with the inside of one of them set up for our nonprofits workshop space. The second we'd like to set up for Santa Barbara's Automotive and Aviation History Museum. This museum would showcase rotating collection of the unique automobile and aviation memorabilia that serve home for the new visitor center for the airport, and would be in a stylized, period-correct atmosphere. Imagine taking in the sights on the grounds as you watch the airplanes taking off and landing in the evenings on the weekends, hanging out with the family at a cruise night or a pop-up drive-in movie screen playing classics. We asked the local high school's art students to render some design ideas that would capture the potential of this site, and we held a competition that...
Thank you. Your time is up.
Yeah, thank you. I have actually a packet for each one of you with some information and some numbers.
You can give it to the clerk right here. Mike Cleary, followed by Dana Newquist.
I'll try and be very brief. What I thought I was going to say doesn't fit this situation at all. But I'm amused when I look at the hangars, because my first job in private industry was in a hangar just like those. And it was in Shawnee, Oklahoma. And soon after our company left, they tore the thing down. And I have talked to my associates since, and the whole town has regretted it. So my very short thing is, be careful. Those are gems. Keep them. You'll find a use for them. It's easy to tear them down. It's hell to put them back up again. Thank you, gentlemen. Ladies.
Thank you. Dana Newquist, followed by Rick Clausen.
Mayor and council members, I'm Dana Newquist. I'm president of the Antique Automobile Club. Also work with Kevin Haberly. There's so much that could be done with these hangars in the good light. There are so many nonprofits that can benefit from the use of these hangars, and I, as one, and many people that I know in the community would fully support this financially, so that regardless of all the problems that exist there, we would like to think that we could be community members with the city and get these hangars to be useful for so many nonprofits, not just the Pierre Clison's Veterans Foundation, but the Boys and Girls Clubs, et cetera. So, and that can be done. And what Kevin has proposed for the Community Hot Rod Project are teaching kids basic skills on working and designing automotive skills that is totally lacking today. So I fully support the item 2 to restore in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Rick Clausen, followed by Michael Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. 2 weeks ago, I spoke at the Airport Commission meeting where this item was discussed. And I want to first of all shout out to my council member, Mr. Friedman. Thank you. He attended in person. I don't know whether that comes with being the District 5 representative or not, but it was appreciated to see another 5th District resident in attendance. At the meeting, I joined a host of Galedans, a few who spoke at the public comment, that support preserving these historic airport hangars, and I'm here today to reinforce that support. The staff report focuses on the hard issues regarding the hangars. That typically means the money. But there are also soft reasons for supporting the hangars. Number one, they're old, representing a part of local history told nowhere else within our city that has many other historic buildings and landscapes. They may be unique in that they bridge a cultural divide that often separates us, unfortunately, between Santa Barbara and its bedroom, Goleta. Saving them could be the start of a future history future history collaborations. And finally, there seemed to be a font of enthusiasm and ideas from Goletans for saving what is officially a Santa Barbara city property. And I believe we should welcome that with open arms. Whatever your decision today and instructions back to the staff, please know that there is support here in Santa Barbara for saving the hangars. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Baker, followed by James Merrick.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Michael Baker, CEO for United Boys and Girls Club Santa Barbara County. I can't support enough this proposal for Community Hot Rod Project. Great organization, partnered very well with the Boys and Girls Clubs. It's desperately needed, as speaker before, Dana Newquist, knows better than anybody. The fact that this is a sorely needed area for kids that are not being taught this skill anymore as much as it used to be when I was going to school. We would certainly benefit from this. All of our clubs would benefit from the use of this facility, and I also could see this facility without question being used as major fundraising activities for many nonprofits. What a beautiful venue that will be. So I professionally support this 100%, and anything we can do to help make this happen, you just can count on the Boys and Girls Clubs. Thank you.
Thank you. James Merrick, followed by Joe Danley.
Hello, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I come to you guys with a little bit different background. I'm a father of 3 small children here in Santa Barbara throughout the school district. And about 10 years ago, I started a YouTube channel, an automotive YouTube channel. I have personally experienced the lack of automotive support, of vocational training, of just trade-based education in this community. I have my own shop now where I do my restorations and film my videos. I've worked a lot with Kevin and the Community Hot Rod Project, and I firsthand every day see this lack of opportunities for people who may use their skills elsewhere in the trades, in automotive and fabrication, welding. I myself have a continuous amount of children and youth coming down to my shop who are desperate for this stuff. When I heard about what we're doing and the potential up there, it just makes sense. We have a historic building that held the first sanctioned drag race. We have such rich history in Santa Barbara for automotive that has just been neglected. We just keep getting pushed to the fringes. As prices go up, more and more real estate owners are just saying no to automotive. We're moving everything out. And you come down to my shop any day. I mean, one of my interns is here with me in support of this. I mean, she's going to go out of town to take a school to learn how to do everything that Kevin is trying to do with this project. Now, I know I'm speaking a little bit out. I know this is the airport, and we're looking about what to do with these hangars, and I don't know all the logistics and the financials involved. I just see a tremendous opportunity with huge, huge community support behind it. And ultimately, I look at a lack of this right now. We're pushing kids into all different types of activities, which is wonderful, but preparing them for a career in the automotive and fabrication and welding and anything, it seems like a no-brainer to me. I ask for your full support with this, and I want to thank you guys for the opportunity for hearing this. It's refreshing to be a gearhead up in front of you guys and not being chased out of here, to be honest. So I thank you guys, and I just ask that we move forward with this with all diligence. Thank you for your time.
Ms. Gutierrez, are you trying to make a comment or you have a question? Or? Okay, I have another speaker. Mr. Danley.
Mr. Mayor, Council, Joe Danley. Been a Mesa resident here for 54 years. You can probably tell by my accent, but that's another story. And I came here in 1958, 64 years ago as a freshman. So I've seen a lot on the airport, even all the way back to the Mark Hurd aerial survey days. And I'm really kind of disturbed that you want to even consider eliminating these two hangars, because this is really history of the airport. You can eliminate history, but you can't change it. And I don't even think we should be trying to eliminate it. This is the beginning of the airport area. And I don't think we should even consider eliminating. There's different ways we can absolutely keep both hangars in a way of restoring them. A couple other council people were concerned about these two hangars being in a flood zone. Folks, the whole airport's a flood zone when you think about it, and I'm sure the director has seen this picture here, and some of you probably have too. This is where every taxiway and runway is underwater. So that can be mitigated, but apparently it hasn't yet. But there are ways to mitigate being a flood zone, either raising the property or, as the director said, maybe reinstalling or installing stem walls and that kind of thing. So again, I appreciate a lot more discussion on this, particularly in the method of trying to restore the hangars. It's important. We've had some famous people come and start aviation here. So thank you for your time, though.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, is anyone online for this item?
No hands raised, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, very good. It's back to council, bearing in mind that the recommendation, of course, is to continue public outreach by staff. Ms. Gutierrez.
Yes, I would like to move staff recommendation to direct staff to proceed with public outreach.
Very good. Moved by Council, and second by Friedman. Thank you. And is that all you need to say, Mr.? Okay, go right ahead.
Oh, we can make.
Thank you. I'd like to, do you want to make comments?
Yeah.
It was
I thought you were
Sorry.
done. Okay, go right ahead.
I'm really excited to hear how our community is going to come together. We live in one of the richest cities in the state, and for the nonprofits to come and support the city in doing the public outreaching and already have a vision for these hangars it's huge. I'm also going to be very transparent. My dad's a mechanic. I grew up in a shop, so I love classic cars, but I really like how the community is coming together to solve the problem of how we can save these hangars. So thank you.
Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I want to thank our staff. We've come a long ways on this project. It's gone back and forth going many years, and we've come to a place where I think the community is very supportive. I appreciate all the input of the community. There's a lot of opportunity here that was said today. And going back to the Airport Commission 2 weeks ago was very well attended, and every member of the public was supportive of option 2, which was to restore and reuse in place. And I know that's not the specific recommendation today, and I'm fully supportive of that option. And as we go out, I think working with the public to emphasize that would be helpful, because that's where the sentiment was. And out of that meeting, there was a lot of opportunity and discussion about the potential for funding, whether through grants or locals. So, the price tag might be in a couple million range, but I think there is enough community support, and these are unique structures that whatever we decide, we should be able to present a good case to get the funding to make the improvements to have this facility. There's a lot of options out there. So, sorry, I guess I was talking, my mic wasn't on, but hopefully the mayor's got mine. So,
I hung on to every word, Mr. Friedman.
So anyways, I won't repeat it all, but there's just a lot of opportunity. And the one thing to note is, this came up at the Airport Commission meeting as well earlier this month, is in Santa Barbara, we're proud of all our historic structures throughout our city, but these are historic among historic. As was mentioned, these were built in 1931, which was the first generation of aircraft and flying, and these are among the only, if not the only, types of structures like these left in the United States. And we just heard of one that in Oklahoma that got torn down. So the ability to save these and restore them would be something unique in the United States, especially in California. And so very pleased to move this forward and see what we can get out of it.
Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Ross. I'd really like to thank the public and the members of the public who have the particular bent for historic structures, because this has really been a groundswell of support and individual members coming forward to really want to protect and restore these. And, the presentations at Pearl Chase Society or individual presentations to council members. And it's been a long effort of sort of educating us and really keeping the support alive and growing, actually. And really appreciating staff for being so responsive to hearing what the community's been bringing forward. And there are a lot of ideas, a lot of them really exciting. I'm supportive of option 2 and supportive of going out to the public and hearing more about what types of options or uses, but thank you, really thank you for bringing this forward with multiple options and really looking at them and allowing the space for us to support this moving forward. Thank you.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, everybody, for being a part of this. A lot of y'all came out months ago or years ago, I feel like now, voicing support for this issue. And I agree, ever since I got elected, I've been telling city staff that there is a lack of access to our airport for the community, and especially for children. We were talking last week about the lack of access to be able to go to our beaches or our pools. There's also a lack of access to be able to get to our airport. And I feel like this could address that issue in a major way. I also want to just encourage city staff that I know that the old Elephant Bar building is going to be a part of the master plan for the FBO, but maybe consider looking into that location to help facilitate this issue or project when it comes to access. So thank you.
Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll support the staff recommendation, but particularly highlight the second bullet there, and that's to seek out funding opportunities and put the challenge right back on the community enthusiasm to continue with their stance that there is ample support out there to help participate financially. I was particularly touched by Mr. Clausen's comments. It's not just really about connection back to Goleta, but it's actually, as Mr. Hastert hears me say all the time, it's about connection of our community back to the airport too. I will also use the Elephant Bar reference as somebody who grew up with 4 kids going to the Elephant Bar and clipping coupons and being able to take 4 kids out for like $3.50 kid meals and watch them run around on the back grass humps and watch the airplanes. And, through some of not of our fault, like 9/11 and the securing of the airport, and maybe through some of our fault at just the over securitization of the airport, we've lost that connection with our current generation and our younger generations of what goes on out at the airport. And this represents a unique opportunity with public participation to look for ways to gain that back. So happy to support this.
All right, very good. Thank you. There is a motion on the table and a second. Any further discussion on the motion? May we have the vote, please?
Yes, and just to recap here, it is a motion by Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez, seconded by Councilmember Friedman. And I'm sorry, Councilmember Gutierrez, was it simply for the staff recommendation? Very good. Thank you. And go ahead and vote, please.
Thank you. That passed unanimously. Okay, I've been informed by the powers that be that we need to break before the next item. So I appreciate everybody's patience, and then those online as well. So we'll be back here in at 10 minutes to 5. cancellations. We'll reconvene. Madam Clerk, you have an item to read, please.
Item 5, monthly update on State Street interim operations.
Thank you. Ms. Clark?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. My name is Sarah Clark. I'm the Public Works Downtown Team Manager, and I am here for your monthly update on interim operations in the State Street Promenade. So our recommendation today is that you receive an update on State Street interim operations, discuss, evaluate, and direct pilot program activities, and provide individual comments on the proposed alternative configurations for the 1300 block of State Street, which we'll discuss towards the end of our presentation today. So just to refresh your memory on some previous directives that have been issued by Council, we were asked to reprioritize the State Street pressure wash schedule, introduce shuttle service on State Street, implement temporary bike lanes on State Street, reestablish the pre-existing drop-off and pickup zone at the Granada Theater, and to create an accessible passenger drop-off at the Granada Theater. We were asked to establish a fire lane on the 0 block of West Victoria Street and to examine the configuration of the 1300 block of State Street. So the last time we were here for this update was on February 27th. At the time, we were directed to prepare alternative options for the 1300 block that maintain outdoor dining and protect public safety. Pursuant to that, any outdoor business facilities should be considered new and must comply with design and safety standards for new facilities. So those are the ones that aren't permitted to have roofs, for example. We were also requested to provide data on bicycle speeds, so we're going to update you on both of those items today. So directives that have already been completed are reprioritizing the State Street pressure wash schedule, reestablishing that drop-off and pickup zone at the Granada Theater, which was done by reopening the 1200 block to northbound vehicle traffic, and establishing temporary bike lanes on State Street. So now the ones that are still outstanding. First off, an update on the MTD circulator that will be coming this summer on a temporary basis. It'll be temporary service that's funded by one-time grant funds. It will run from May 31st through September 2nd, so Memorial Day through Labor Day weekend, with extra service provided on the 4th of July and on Labor Day. And the shuttle schedule is going to be pretty limited. It's only going to run on weekends, Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays between 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. There will be 20-minute headways, and MTD will be using the existing 30-foot BYD shuttle buses, which is what you see here in the photo. There will be a fare in place, 50 cents, the standard fare. That's the same fare that was charged prior to the discontinuation of the State Street shuttle service during COVID. And the 25-cent discounted rate for people over 62, as well as disabled customers. You'll be able to purchase a $1 day pass that gets you unlimited rides. And MTD is working on trying to get contactless payments so that you can pay using, for example, a mobile provider like Apple Pay. Here's the route that shuttle will take. It's going to loop State Street from Victoria, heading southbound on Anacapa. Then it will duck under the freeway and then run along Cabrillo Boulevard out to the zoo, back over to the harbor, and then circulate back up through downtown on Chapala Street. You can see certain areas where stops are planned, designated with the stars. Those include the Amtrak station. And then the mini shuttle, which is something that we were exploring for State Street. As you're aware, the RFP was delayed due to staffing constraints there. But at this point, because we have not identified a funding source for this project, we've decided to pivot and issue an RFQ instead. It's a request for qualification, which is sort of a lower bar for vendors to respond to. So we didn't want to ask them to do a full RFP proposal, which is pretty costly for them to prepare if we didn't have funding available for that service. So we still do plan to issue an RFQ and use that information for planning purposes, with the understanding that there's interest, particularly under the master plan, in having some kind of service like that in the future. But I will note that with the mini shuttle service, something like this, full accessibility, as has been discussed in the past, where every vehicle is wheelchair accessible and has, the same number of seats, things like that, as it would otherwise, is going to be a challenge on something like this. Certainly there are ways to accommodate people with disabilities in all of these different services, but that might also come with certain limitations. So that's something that we are going to explore through this process further. Moving on, back in February, we presented data on how the temporary bike lanes were working and whether or not that was effective in separating bicycles and pedestrians, and we found that, by and large, bicycles were in fact complying and remaining where they should be in those bicycle lanes. So we wanted to return with some speed survey data. So on March 8th, staff did manual radar gun surveys on the 500 block between 12:30 and 1:30 p.m. and on the 900 block between 2:15 and 2:55. We took 50-person samples each time. We also placed radar boxes on March 18th to 24th. Those are not as accurate because it's an automated collection. Each one gathered about 800 samples a day. And the results from both were very comparable. So we didn't necessarily find that the radar gun sampled differently than the automated radar box. So what we found is that on the 500 block, which is sort of a narrower block with more side friction, you've got really the whole thing sort of lined with outdoor business facilities, which has a naturally calming effect. So we noted last month, again, back in February, that we had more compliance with the bike lane on that block because, again, just with less wide open space for the bikes to move around, they tended to stay more in their lane. And we also found that we did have some lower speeds there. So average speed on the 500 block was 11 miles per hour. And then we surveyed the 900 block, which is a wide open block with no business facilities on it. And we found slightly higher speeds. It's also more downhill there, I would note. So you're naturally going to have people who are going downhill a bit faster. So average speed on the 900 block was 14 miles an hour. The highest observed speed on both blocks were around 22 to 23 miles an hour, which is something that is achievable on some e-bikes. It's also something that is achievable by a traditional bicycle and a reasonably strong cyclist. The 25th through 75th percentiles and the mid 50% range from about 8 miles an hour to 14 miles an hour on the 500 block and 11 to 16 miles an hour on the 900 block. So again, slightly faster on the 900 block, but both speeds are within a safe range for what we would expect on a bike path. The 85th percentile came in on the 500 block is 17 miles an hour and the 900 block is 18 miles an hour. So moving on to an update on the accessible Granada drop-off. We have, the Granada has installed a temporary ramp. It is certainly not a perfect solution, but for the time being, it is going to work to get disabled people from the vehicle drop-off zone up onto the curb. Engineering staff continue to evaluate design options for a permanent accessible passenger loading zone in this space. It is going to be a challenge just based on the amount of right-of-way that we have to work with there and the other constraints in the area. But we continue to evaluate that. Again, no funding source at this point has been identified. Moving on to the fire lane on the 0 block of West Victoria. You'll recall that the direction was to reintroduce two-way traffic to this block. That's very important for public safety response. As you heard earlier in the farmers market item, that east-west response is a challenge for public safety, and so having two-way traffic on that block is going to be important for them. This is going to require parklets to be reduced to 9 feet wide, and they're going to have to add traffic safety barriers. Those adjustments are going to need to be made by May 24th. We have already reached out to those businesses and will continue doing that to work with them to get to the point where we have those parklets scaled back out of the fire lane. So moving on to the 1300 block. So we're bringing back to you today 2 options that we looked at last time, and so we're going to take another look at those, as well as 3 additional options that staff prepared and analyzed in response to the comments that we received last time. So this is a street view of option 1 of the 1300 block. This was the initial proposal. to reconfigure and reintroduce two-way traffic. So you'd have north and southbound drive lanes adjacent to the curb on the northeast side. You'd have a 17-foot wide angled parking zone that would separate traffic from the bike lanes, which would run along the western side of the street. So that's the side with the Arlington Theater. So if we take a look at the advantages and disadvantages of this proposal, on the plus side, two-way vehicle traffic, and we're going to talk about this repeatedly, but this is really critical for facilitating public safety response north and south through this area. And it also reduces vehicle volumes on Solis Street. So the changes that have been recently implemented on Solis Street to create a low-volume, bike-friendly street limit some of the turning movements that can be made from other north-south streets, such as Santa Barbara Street and De La Vina Street. Another consequence of that is that all southbound traffic on State Street right now has to turn off onto Sola when it hits the 1300 block. So that sort of naturally raises the volumes of traffic on Sola Street, which is counter to how that street was designed. So that's something that we want to avoid, which is why reintroducing two-way traffic is important there. It also creates physical separation between bikes, pedestrians, and cars. It eliminates what was the primary collision pattern on the street that we saw before COVID, which was those right turn conflicts at Solis Street. So vehicles making a right turn, crossing the bike lane, and striking the bicycle. So by having the two-way lane on the west side of the street, you eliminate that right turning conflict. It also extends the two-way bicycle lane, which you currently have on the part of the promenade that is close to vehicle traffic, all the way north to that Sola bike-friendly street. Now, the disadvantages to this is a novel configuration. We don't have this vehicle configuration elsewhere in the city, which means that driver behavior can be unpredictable and the behavior of different users. This is just something new. People aren't necessarily going to know how to navigate it at first. It's also the most expensive option. So we had already been planning to repave this block of Solis Street, so that's sort of baked into our existing work program. But this is going to require additional alterations to be made along the western curb in order to accommodate the bike lane. We're going to have to redo some of those grates so that they aren't dangerous for cyclists to drive over. And that side of the road is also pretty heavily crowned for drainage, and there's a gutter there. So one of those bike lanes would actually be in the gutter, which is not obviously ideal for cyclist safety. So we also had the Access Advisory Committee expressing concerns about the configuration of the disabled parking spaces, access to the rear of their vehicles, and then access across the bike lanes to get up onto the curbs. And additionally, this option does not leave any space for commercial loading on the block. So we would likely have trucks stopping and blocking traffic and creating a traffic hazard. So moving on to option 2, this is another one that we reviewed the last time that we were here at council. This is the one that has parallel parking on both sides of the street. It continues to allow outdoor business facilities, although they would be scaled back a bit from, at least on the west side, they'd be scaled back a bit from where they are right now. And it eliminates the center turn lane. So you have north-south bicycle lanes on each side of the street, a buffer between vehicles and the cyclists, so for the door zone. Then you have a wider than normal parking/parklet lane along the curb. This configuration is very similar to what we had prior to COVID, the exception being the removal of the center turning lane. So that space is reallocated over to the sides of the street. So when you talk about advantages of this one, again, two-way vehicle traffic would be restored, which for the reasons discussed before for public safety response and vehicle volumes on Solis Street is very important for us. This is a much more standard roadway configuration. It's predictable. It leads to more predictable motorist behavior. We know how this works, and there wouldn't be any additional infrastructure costs associated with this option. Now, on the downside, we don't have the same separation or buffer between bikes and cars. There's also the potential conflict between northbound vehicles and northbound cyclists that are transitioning between the 1200 and 1300 blocks. So as you're going from that two-way bike lane on the western side of the street on the 1200 block. Those two lanes are going to have to split up, cross the intersection, and then run more traditionally along either side of the streets. Which creates the potential for vehicle and bicycle conflicts. And there's also a safety concern about the outdoor business facilities, parallel parking, and bicycles. Moving on to option 3. So this is a new one, but in a sense it's the oldest one because this is just putting the street back to the way it was before the pandemic. So the return of the 10-foot center turn lane, you've got north and southbound vehicle lanes, north and southbound bicycle lanes with no buffer, and a 7-foot wide parking lane, which can also accommodate parklets. In this case, again, with both of these last two configurations, you would have to have traffic safety barriers around the outdoor business facilities because we are open to traffic there. So with this one and the 7-foot wide lane, that doesn't leave a whole lot of space, but it could still accommodate parklets in that area. So advantages and disadvantages of this one. Advantages are looking fairly similar. So again, two-way vehicle traffic facilitating and being necessary for public safety response and keeping the vehicle volumes lower on SOLA. Again, returning to a more standard configuration. We already know how this works. We operated with it for years and no additional infrastructure cost here. On the downside, again, no separation or buffer between the cyclists, the cars, and the parking lane. That center turn lane isn't maybe the best use of space in this case. It's got limited utility. There really aren't a whole lot of turning movements on and off there. I believe there are only 1 or 2 driveways. And then you also have that conflict between northbound vehicles and northbound cyclists that are transitioning between the 1200 and 1300 blocks. Once again, we have the safety concern about having the outdoor business facilities along with vehicles parallel parking adjacent to that bike lane. Moving on to the next option, this is another new option. This is what we're calling option 4A. So these next two options are sort of similar in spirit, but a little bit different in how they're designed exactly. So this was in response to council requests for us to take a look at retaining one-way vehicle traffic and maximizing or optimizing the space that could be available for outdoor business facilities and for other uses along the curb. So here we have a 9-foot wide parklet / parking, parallel parking lane on the east side of the street. The west side of the street has a 9-foot wide parklet zone, but no parallel parking would be allowed. Because then along the west side of the street, you'd have a 2-way bicycle lane and then a 5-foot buffer between the bike lane and traffic. And then you have one 20-foot one-way drive lane headed northbound on this street. And that is, again, consistent with sort of what we have now, except for with a very wide drive lane and with designated bicycle lanes. Advantages here are the physical separation between bikes, pedestrians, and cars. Again, it also eliminates those right turn conflicts at Sola Street, which was the primary collision pattern before the pandemic. But we've got a lot of disadvantages on this one as well. This does not restore two-way traffic, so that one-way traffic is going to inhibit emergency response on the 1300 block for our public safety vehicles. It's going to increase those vehicle volumes on SOLA. And this is maybe one of the more important ones, is that a 20-foot wide lane is very unusual, and that is extremely wide. We would really never design a street that way. It invites a lot of unpredictable vehicle behaviors, and wider streets and wider vehicle lanes always encourage higher speeds, and that's, of course, not something that we would want to see here. It's really not an efficient allocation of space. It leaves a large empty space along the southwest curb, and it also adds some increased costs because we'd have to add separators between the bike lane and the traffic lane, because otherwise, as we have observed elsewhere, we will have drivers crossing over the bike lane to try to parallel park or try use parking along the western curb. And that would be a major risk for collision there. So moving on to option 4B, this is similar, but in this case, we're sort of combining the drive lane and the bicycle lanes to create the fire lane. So where you see the bollard shown in the middle, that would actually not be a bollard. That would need to be a small type delineator, like what we call an armadillo, or something about the height of a curb that could be easily driven over by emergency vehicles. But again, we would still need to keep some separation, some physical separation to keep vehicles from crossing over the bike lanes to attempt to park along the western curb. Along the western side of the street, we'd be creating a huge parklet zone. It would be 17 feet wide. It would, we again would not have parking there because we'd have the bike lanes that would be protected. But that sort of maximizes the amount of space that we could allocate either for outdoor dining or for other uses along the western curb. Along the eastern curb, we'd have a 9-foot parallel parking space that could also accommodate outdoor business facilities along with those traffic safety barriers that would be required. So looking at the pros and cons of that, on the plus side, we bring back that physical separation between bikes, pedestrians, and cars. The large space along the southwest curb would give us the opportunity to pilot some other uses of that lane as we continue to work on development of the master plan. It would also give us the opportunity to pilot these low-level bicycle separators that we haven't necessarily used elsewhere in the city, such as armadillos. It again continues the two-way bike lane configuration from the 1200 block, whereby eliminating those right turn conflicts at Sola Street. But then, of course, the big disadvantage is the one-way traffic and the concerns that we have, again, with emergency response with the bike-friendly street on Sola. It also, again, creates that large empty space along the southwest curb. We could pilot things there. Otherwise, it could just be a big empty space. And then increased costs that would be involved with adding bike lane separators. So this is an illustration of the sort of the circulation patterns, and I'm sorry, this is a little bit of a confusing diagram, but just to kind of show you what those, how those vehicles can move around when we've got a one-way situation on State Street versus a two-way situation. So on the left is the one-way condition. You see that vehicles are able to move both north and south on the 1400 block of State Street, but when they hit that northbound or that southbound closure at the 1300 block, they're forced off onto Solar Street, which increases the vehicle volumes there. Coming from, and it's not quite shown here, but coming from, for example, De La Vina Street headed southbound, emergency vehicles aren't able to turn onto Sola Street from there, so they would have to sort of go around either through Micheltrena or through Victoria Street. Same thing on the other side of of State Street, where at Santa Barbara Street, northbound vehicles are not able to turn onto Sola, so that is going to create, they're going to have to divert in order to respond to incidents in that area, and that's what we want to avoid. An issue with the northbound, retaining the northbound only vehicle pattern on the 1300 block is that there's no natural access to passenger loading at the Arlington because you have the traffic basically on the wrong side of the street. For that, you'd have to load and then or unload kind of in the middle of traffic, and then people would have to cross the street. But then you go over the two-way condition, you can see it restores that circulation pattern. You have vehicles being able to continue south until Victoria, and so that street is going to collect those southbound vehicles that have come all the way to the closure. You also have access to the passenger loading zone at the at the Arlington. And much better emergency response and ability of those vehicles to travel both north and southbound on the 1300 block. So that's all I have for staff's presentation. So now I'm going to turn it over to our HLC chair and our Access Advisory Committee chair to make their remarks. I believe Mr. Marston is here from the Access Advisory Committee in person, and Mr. Grumbine from the HLC will be presenting via Zoom. So do we have him
Thank
on?
you. Is Mr. Grumbine on Zoom, Madam Clerk? If he's not, we can have Mr. Marston go first. Or is Mr. Grumbine ready to go?
Yes, and go ahead, Mr. Grumbine.
Okay. Can you all hear me?
Go right ahead.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so I just wanted to, for two points. One was with the State Street thing. Thank you, Mayor House. One was for along the State Street 1300 block that you're considering right now. I haven't had a chance to discuss with HLC, but I'm pretty confident that HLC members would feel that, and we do have an interim subcommittee, as you probably all know, with Commissioner Ensberg, myself, and Commissioner McClure, landscape architect. And so we haven't reviewed this and talked, and I think that that's a little note that maybe going forward, you all could ask staff to coordinate with us as we are going forward with these items, including these patterns, because I think that even the short-term range stuff is going to fold into long range. So, anyways, as a side note, but just sort of a general, I think my sense, and I'm sure HLC sense, will be more to bring it back to the original condition, which is two-way traffic, and which is an option. It's probably the cheapest option too, and makes the most sense in terms of just returning things to where they were, especially on this upper block area. So that's on that one thing, and then on the other, we have been working with staff as well on some additional to try to make it easier and simpler and cleaner for specs for outdoor furniture and things of that nature. The subcommittee has been working diligently, especially Commissioner Ensberg has been doing a great job putting together some nice supplemental materials to help streamline some of this process and to also get us back to a good look. And for that, we wanted to come to you all to see it and to hopefully improve it and to move it forward. But for the request is just to direct staff to work with us on that because it wasn't specifically directed. And so we were in a discussion with staff. They thought it would be a good idea to bring it forward to the council to continue to work. And it's very little work that actually has to be done because Commissioner Ensberg and us all have really, especially Commissioner Ensberg, has already done the work. So it'll be very little work for staff's end, but it'll be the proper process to kind of bring it before you as part of the interim discussions and recommendations. So that was the other request I had. If you all feel it's appropriate. And that was it. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer any questions. I'm going to have to be signing off in about 15 or 20 minutes. So, yeah.
I'm sorry, Mr. Grambine, how soon do you have to sign off?
About 15 or 20 minutes.
Okay, because I'd like to let Mr. Marson weigh in, and then we can ask you guys both questions along with staff. Mr. Marson, would you go ahead and put yours in? I've got your note, Ms. Snedden.
Hello, Mayor and council members. Thank you. First of all, on the 1300 block, I'm still against option 1. Ms. Clark mentioned my concern about disabled parking, but the bigger thing was if you have people park in the center of the street, that diagonal parking, whether you got young kids or vulnerable elderly or whatever, they're going to have to cross in the middle of the street, crossing either to the east by the traffic or to the west with the bike lanes. You don't want people parking in the middle of a street and crossing a car lane. So I'm totally against option 1. I do like option 2, and I guess 3 is kind of okay. But I want to bring something up that's been bothering us for 3 or 4 years at the Access Advisory Committee and the entire disability community. There used to be a nice blue curb drop-off, or not a drop-off, but a parking spot right in front of the Arlington Theater. When the documents were created for the new parklets, it said right there in black and white, no red zones or no blue zones should be used for a parklet. Somehow Opal got permission to build right over a blue curb. And then the city decided, oh, we're just going to paint a curb over on Arlington Street and call that the new parking blue curb. But there's a huge crown on Arlington Street, so the ramp from a side loading vehicle can't hit the sidewalk, so it's totally useless. It's not to code. Other times the city's pretty strict there when we say, oh, can you just paint a blue curb here? And they say, no, we have to go through and make it compliant. Somehow they got permission or just did it and no one stopped them, but they put a blue curb where it shouldn't be. And now there's no blue curb at the Arlington. So at the very least, please put a new blue curb back at the Arlington to help people there. But it was a terrible mistake and no one wants to admit it, but the one they have now is worthless, and they took the one away because the parklet decided they wanted to have it instead of the disabled community. So please see if we can do that. Maybe Public Works can work on that. But anyway, I'll stop on that. As far as the mini shuttle, I've asked you at the last meeting to please ask that all vehicles be accessible. And now we're being told, oh, it's going to be a tough thing to do. We don't really know that until you have the request for qualifications. We don't know what's out there. I don't think we all know what's there. And as I mentioned before, it's happened with many people, let's say a married couple and one child, and one of them's in a wheelchair, the adult. You can't get into a mini shuttle like that and keep your family together. So then it's like how you break up a family. So I think it's more important to try to get these accessible. I hope that Sarah can work with other vendors to try to see what kind of qualifications you see they can do. But just to say it's going to be almost impossible to do is not what I want to hear. And I know you'd be upset if you had to break up your family when you went into a vehicle because there wasn't room for you. Okay, I'll get to the Granada drop-off. I'm going to tell you something that many people don't seem to know. As you know, the Americans with Disability Act came out in 1990. They, of course, realized they can't force everybody to fix everything this year. Although, you know, many federal laws, you got to fix them right away. But no, they gave a big break, 2 breaks. Most people are familiar with the first break, which is you don't have to fix anything until you do remodeling. Okay? But there's a lot of cheating going on, but that's what the rule is. But the thing that many people don't know is the ADA also says you should be constantly trying to upgrade your facilities. So when we as a city have not fixed up stuff since 1990, okay, that's 30-some years ago, and still haven't done a thing to fix it, that's not right. So when the street was closed on the 1200 block in front of Granada, and then you decided to reopen it, which I was in favor of because Granada needed to have more of their older customers, paying customers. So I had suggested to Public Works that perhaps since the street had been closed for 3 years, it wasn't really a street anymore, and therefore this was a new drop-off zone and should be covered under the new code. Well, of course, the city attorney's people turned that down. So then I said, we need to have it accessible. And I heard Ms. Clark use the term accessible, but it's still not accessible. And it's been like 6 months, so the garage is getting their extra money, and yet there's no accessible drop-off. Now, the ramp that they did finally get has grooves on it. It's a diamond pattern, like an industrial diamond pattern. That's not good for wheelchairs. It's supposed to be a flat surface, smooth. So that's wrong, and there's also supposed to be detectable warnings at the bottom. But I don't know what the solution is. We tried, a couple of us from the AAC talked to Brian, who talked to Granada, and said, why don't you just build one out of wood? Because, you know, if you go down State Street, you'll see many ramps down there. Some of them are wooden, some of them are bought metal, but they're smooth and they'll work. But somehow Granada decided to buy some industrial ramp. So, I'll leave it at that. I hope you can make some good decisions. And by the way, congratulations on having the first unanimous decision I've seen in a long time.
Thank you very much. Ms. Snedden, as I know, has a question from Mr. Grumbine. Mr. Grumbine, are you still on? Mr.
Yes.
Grumbine? Yeah, okay, very
Yeah,
good.
can you hear me?
Ms. Snedden had a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Grumman. I had a hard time understanding you. I just wanted to clarify some things. One, so restoring to original condition, would that be option 2 or 3, either one of those?
I think 3 was the closest, but I can't. Maybe I think staff was coordinating with it with Commissioner Ensberg as well.
Okay.
We'll be able to take a deeper dive into it beforehand.
And then I had a question about the request to direct staff to work with HLC subcommittee and the interim, but the interim what? I think it either broke up or I didn't really understand the ask.
Okay, so the interim period, whatever this is that we're in right now, so we formed a subcommittee from HLC so that staff could have access to, and then we could have access to staff to discuss and help with this, all these interim decisions that are being done from council, well, via the city administrator, but done from council, and because all these decisions are outside of HLC's purview, because of all the other stuff the last 4 years, this was a way of getting good input and hopefully having HLC, at least HLC friendly and El Public friendly solutions to some of these interim trying out of different things for State Street for this Minnesota section. So that subcommittee is already formed. We're already working to some degree with staff, but it's more, I guess, for the directives, it was more that staff was working from council's direction and from city administrator, and it wasn't directly instructed to work with HLC subcommittee on this, although you have seen us come before you and have been part of the discussion. So it's a kind of a rough working model right now, but I think the main thing is staff just wants clear direction that it's okay for them to be incorporating and working with us on these things as we bring them forward for your all's consideration. And I would add on to that for this HLC subcommittee to help give information on things such as the discussion in front of you, which has been being handled solely on the staff level via transportation, via fire, police, etc., but has obvious implications for the character of the street. And there isn't a mechanism right now for actually incorporating that our input even at the subcommittee level. So I think it will be a smoother discussion and help everything go faster and better if we're part of those discussions early on as a subcommittee.
Okay, and just as a follow-up, the HLC, you took it upon yourselves to form a subcommittee for this purpose?
We did, and then it got approved by you all last September or so as part of the general direction. Yes, so that so it was part of the whole sequence of things, but it is an official Street subcommittee, interim plan subcommittee. It's only to deal with interim stuff.
Thanks. So that's why I was confused by the question, because I thought we had already kind of closed this loop. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay,
And yeah, that was my only question for him. But yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Grumman. Okay, council for questions for staff, Mr. Friedman.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. First one regarding the RFQ. How long are those valid for?
Councilmember Friedman, through the mayor, it depends on what is specified in the RFQ and in the response. I'm sorry, I don't know offhand.
I'm just concerned that since we don't have any funding, that if we did an RFQ and based on the financials that we heard earlier today from downtown parking and the overall deficit that of the general fund, that if we don't have any funding for this year, we might have any funding for next year for microtransit. Why are we doing an RFQ now on it? So would it make more sense to just hold off? What are we gaining by doing that now versus holding off till a time that we'll be in a better place to actually move forward with it?
Sure, Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman. Two things. First off, on the chance that a funding source is identified or becomes available, we'll be in a position sort of ready to go with that. But I think more importantly is that it would be used for planning purposes, because there has been such a strong interest in returning shuttle service to State Street, whether that is through a trolley or a bus or some other vehicle. This would help us for planning purposes to understand sort of the world of options. If we were looking at doing something that is smaller than a full-size vehicle, what is out there? Is that feasible? About how much can we expect it to cost?
Fair enough. So then my other question relates to the 1300 block. Two questions. One is, if we went to these options, say option 3, but the parklet is still there, as I understand it from option 3, would it have to have some type of protective barrier, K-rail or otherwise?
Councilmember Friedman, through the mayor, yes, it would.
Okay. And then out of all of these options, are any of these just put it back the way it was prior to the pandemic? Which one is that? Because I'm a little unclear.
Sure. Councilmember Friedman, through the mayor. Option 3 is the exact configuration that existed prior to the pandemic. So that's with the center turn lane, the 2 vehicle lanes, and the bicycle lane, returning the parking lane to a more standard size. The only difference here is that, per your existing regulations, outdoor business facilities are permitted on this street. So those would be in place. Although I do want to clarify, in case I didn't make it clear earlier, that because this street is already slated to be repaved, all of the facilities there are going to have to be removed regardless of whether they are allowed under a future configuration. And so when they return and are rebuilt, again, if they are allowed to continue, they would need to conform to the guidelines for new facilities.
So option 3 is the original configuration, except it has parklets with protective structures on it.
That's correct.
Would we have the option today to, again, we're not, as I understand it, we're giving you feedback, and then the staff, city administrator make the ultimate decision, but could we give feedback to go just the way it was prior to the pandemic, no parklets on that block?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Friedman. So the 1300 block of State Street is included under Title 31. Title 31 provides that the city administrator can allow for outdoor business facilities that are subject to the new guidelines. So you can give direction for the city administrator to your preferred option. I'm just taking comments from city council members as to which option they prefer. You can say, I prefer option 1, 2, 3, 4, and I prefer that the city administrator would not allow parklets under this option. I do believe that the city administrator has that authority to not allow parklets on that block.
And then my last,
I
thank
would
you.
like Mr. Henschke to actually concur with that opinion, though. But I think that is the correct interpretation of Title
Mr. Henschke.
31, but I kind of would like his opinion on that.
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, I'm not sure I agree with the city administrator on that point. I think that they are authorized as outdoor business facilities in this location but they have to comply with all of the requirements for new facilities, including the traffic safety barriers and all of those kinds of things. The authority of the city administrator is to address the traffic circulation. Outdoor business facilities are a different regulation. That's my recollection. I would respectfully reserve the opportunity to change my opinion if I read the ordinance again and decide differently.
Thank you. I just wanted to check. My last kind of follow-up question to that is, under the new regulations, are those required to be portable or not? Say in the event that someday we wanted to have parades, they're required for portability, correct? the new regulation. Not the
Honorable
current
Mayor,
ones.
members of the council, all outdoor business facilities have to be, new ones have to be portable. So remember, this is all still a pilot program, and so there's no vested rights. Everything has to be temporary. The council has reserved its right to change its mind in the future.
Thank you.
Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I have a couple different questions. Well, first, just a comment that you weren't messing around with all the options and the analysis, and we wanted analysis, and you came back with all the details we could possibly ask for, and thank you. So first question is about the mini shuttle and the RFQ, and I think what I'm understanding is that if we don't identify a funding source, then we can get some information, we can find out if there are ones that are more accessible than others and get an idea of how much they'd cost. What is sort of the scope of what we would get back from an RFQ?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Sneddon, that's a good question. So we would request basically market information, so pricing information, accessibility, details of the service, details of the vehicles that are used, vendor qualifications, so other cities where they're used, and in what capacity, things like that. And so that would enable us, to inform future decision making about whether we wanted to pursue a service like that.
Okay. And then would MTD also be eligible to put in for an RFQ on that, or is this something they're not interested in at this time?
They are absolutely welcome to submit in response to that if they're interested.
Thank you. And then I'm looking a little bit for sort of the bottom line on this MTD circulator. It's exciting. Is there a possibility of them crisscrossing the cross streets to get closer to State Street itself?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Sneddon, that would be a question I would have to ask HLC. I don't know. This is the route that they are planning on for the summer. I do think there's probably an interest in making sure that they can meet those 20-minute headways with the number of vehicles that they're able to fund and to provide. And so I think adjustments like that would depend on the time that it added or removed from that circulation pattern.
And then it being a pilot program and the number of months and weekends only, is that a limitation from the MTD end, or is it a limitation that we are imposing?
Mayor Rouse, council members, my understanding is that that limitation is due to the amount of funding that they have available. So they have sort of a temporary funding source for this. They do not have long-term funding for it, and the amount of funding only provides for the amount of service that you see here.
And are they requesting any funding from us?
I do not know the answer to that. I mean, from us, we certainly know that they have expressed an ongoing interest ever since our partnership for the shuttle was discontinued in restarting that service and in receiving funding from the city. So I would say probably yes. I do not know whether they have gone looking for other funding sources.
Okay, thank you. I guess I would like to say it'd be great if they could go back and forth on some, at least, of the cross streets, just to get closer into State Street. Then I had a question about the radar gun data for the bicycle speeds. So the gun data was taken, I guess, on a Friday, but during times when kids are in school. So from my observations of when it's mostly a problem, it's after school or weekends or when teenagers are out and about, I'll say. But then you have the radar box data that went for a week. Was that continuous, or was it also in certain time bands?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Sneddon, I will let Mr. Bailey correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that was continuous.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so with continuous 1 week data somewhere around spring break time, the highest speed was 22 or 23 miles per hour?
That's correct, yes.
So why is our perception so different from that?
So, Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Sneddon, I don't know exactly, but what my guess would be is that, we are used to seeing, the non-electric bikes, a beach cruiser going 8 miles an hour. So when you have a bike that's going 15 miles an hour next to that, it seems really fast. It seems a lot faster than what you're used to. But the reality of what those speeds are, certainly have we ever seen speeds higher than that? Probably. It didn't show up during this survey. I will say that the perception of what those speeds are does not necessarily seem to be reflected in the reality. There are very real concerns about safety and about safety with bicycles and bicycle speeds on State Street, and I'm not trying to diminish that at all, but this is the reality of the data. And I would also note that with e-bikes, again, you've got 3 classes of e-bikes. So you've got a class 1, which is governed to 20 miles an hour. So those are pedal assist only, and you can only go up to 20 miles an hour. You have a class 2, which is a throttle e-bike. Those are the ones that you probably most commonly see with kids on them zipping around, like the Rad Power bikes. Those are also governed to 20 miles an hour. And then class 3 e-bikes are governed to 28 miles an hour, but they are only pedal assist. So you have to really be pedaling hard in order to reach that speed. And so you wouldn't actually see that speed in reality in a lot of cases. So again, are there ways to modify those e-bikes to go at higher speeds? Yeah, probably. But the reality of the speed data that we are collecting indicates that, speeds are pretty reasonable for a bike path.
So maybe 23 miles per hour is just more dangerous than I think. Like maybe I think it needs to be 35, but I'll just share it anecdotally, but it comes with a question. So yesterday, this wasn't State Street, but I was crossing the bridge at City College, and one kid cuts the corner really close, nearly runs me over, and I was like, hey, slow down, and he said, no, and flipped a bird. And then another kid comes around and nearly knocks me over, and they weren't going very fast. They just had very heavy bikes, and they were where they weren't expected to be. And hey, slow down, no, flip the bird too. And then the third kid, there was a third, and the same thing. And I thought, oh, this is a habit. They didn't hear the other one say this, and then, they carried on. This is just what they say to anybody who says anything. So I guess my question is, maybe it isn't the speed. Maybe it's the recklessness, or if there's something in, behavior that we can address that isn't necessarily the speed. And then maybe that's a public safety question, but
Sure.
this doesn't satisfy the unsafe feeling that people have there.
Yeah, I certainly understand that, Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Sneddon. As I noted, it's not that there aren't real safety concerns. There very much are. We are not alone in experiencing a lot of growing pains that come with the transition from traditional bicycles to e-bikes. This is something that officials are dealing with all across the country. It's not unique to here. It is certainly great that we see mode shift happening and more people riding bicycles and more kids riding bicycles, but we are going to need to shift how our infrastructure is designed and how we operate in order to deal with that. So I would suggest that it might not be, behavior is certainly a factor, but it could also be proximity, and just the fact that they might be passing you at much closer range than maybe a bicycle would be otherwise. And so, I don't know if Mr. Bailey has anything else that he'd like to add, but I will note that we do take those safety concerns to heart.
Thank you. And well, also the B-cycle bikes have a top speed of what, 14?
17 miles
17. And I never feel unsafe around a B-cycle bike for whatever reason. And so maybe 17 is the speed. Just thinking about that and just the perceptions of it. And then there was in the staff report about road friction making a difference, or I guess side friction. And could we be looking at that, or where do we go next with that? If we notice that the side friction makes a difference, is there some way to integrate that in to I guess not slow people down, that's not the problem, but to something to corral better?
Councilmember Sen through the mayor. I think that this is really a good example of the utility of this interim period and of being able to pilot different things, is that we get to kind of learn these lessons and hopefully incorporate those lessons into the design that we ultimately pursue for the State Street Master Plan. So what we're seeing here and what we're learning here is that much like vehicles, wide open spaces encourage higher speeds, and they encourage more dangerous behavior in some cases, or more erratic behavior. And so I think what we would take from this is to inform the design of the State Street Master Plan that if we want to have a calming effect on cycling traffic, we look at making narrower, more constrained spaces with some side friction to kind of give a sense of needing to slow down.
And would it be worthwhile to pilot something like that now on one block? I mean, before it got baked into something like a master plan, but something with less wide open spaces that could be piloted. Would that be worthwhile?
Councilmember Sen through the mayor, that is something we had actually looked at. It's something that we could still continue to pursue, was when we reopened the 1200 block to northbound vehicle traffic, adding some sort of side elements to, like, decorative elements, plants, something like that, to sort of provide a sense of friction there. We had sort of paused on our engagement with that. We had met with HLC and everything because largely we were finding that the bike lanes were working pretty well, and so that sort of dropped on the priority list, but that is something that we could pursue and test out, certainly.
Great, thank you. And I'll save all that for comments, but let's see, I'm sorry. Oh, and I know I did ask about the Arlington blue curb being restored in front of the Arlington, and just if you could comment to Mr. Marston's comments about the Arlington and the Granada and the blue curb comments there.
Certainly, Mayor Rouse and council members. So as Mr. Marston noted, when the Opal Parklet went in, we relocated a blue space from in front of the Arlington, which at the time was not allowed to have performances, so it was sort of not really having so much utility there, over across the street to Arlington Avenue, which gave us the advantage of being able to locate it next to a curb ramp, so somebody could get out of the vehicle and then go right onto the curb ramp and have access to the sidewalk that way, or use the crosswalk to get across the street. Also, when we added the head-in parking along that side of the street, we also added a designated blue space towards the north end of the block, again, right adjacent to the curb ramp there. So, there wasn't necessarily a decrease in spaces, they just sort of moved to different locations. As to a future blue zone on that street, I think that, first off, any of the designs or the options that we would pursue would involve, re-adding blue zones. For public uses like that, we usually try to locate them towards the end of the blocks because that's where we have the ramps most closely, so somebody wouldn't have to be going halfway down the street if they were using a wheelchair before being able to get onto the sidewalk. So we would look for opportunities to do that where we have good access to the ramps.
And option 2 or 3 would have that restored in some, okay.
Yes, that's correct.
And then to the question about the, which theater? It's all the different theaters. The Granada, can you help me with that? They really still don't have the right kind of ramp?
So Councilmember Sen, I'm going to ask our city engineer to speak specifically to those accessibility requirements there.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Snedden. So the engineering design team is working on a solution, a permanent solution. In the meantime, we've been in contact with the Granada Theater and approved them of putting in this temporary ramp, which will provide access. It does create a way to ramp up and get onto the sidewalk from that drop-off zone. It's not... because of the configuration in that area, it's not, it doesn't meet all of the accessibility requirements for a standard ramp, but it does provide the function that's needed there for that drop-off. And as I said, we're working on a design for a permanent solution, keeping in mind, not sure what the future of State Street's going to hold there. So we're trying to come up with a design that doesn't, reconfigure that whole entire area. It's pretty complicated because of the running slope on State Street, to try to come up with a design.
I'm a little bit concerned about it not being a permanent when we're in pilot conditions. I'm not sure. All these different parklets have been able to put in sort of ramps or things. I'm so confused about why they can't have a temporary ramp already that works.
What's making it complicated is that there's a live vehicular lane there. So the rest of State Street, they don't have live traffic to deal with, and they can ramp out enough into the street without the concern about being out in the traffic. So that's.
So was it better before there was live traffic? It's like, I'm confused, like genuinely confused. So if there's live traffic, makes it harder, but we put it in there, we put the live traffic in there because they said they needed a drop off. I don't get it.
So let me try to explain. So not on the 1300 block. If you're below the 1300 block today, there's no traffic on State Street. So in order to put a ramp at any of those locations, you can go as far as you need to at the required grade to meet the design standards. When we reopened the 1300 block for northbound traffic and reopened that drop-off, there was a desire to make it accessible, because if you were to be dropped off at that location, you would need to go into the lane of traffic to get to the mid-block crossing that exists today in order to get onto the sidewalk. And that's not an acceptable option for accessibility. You need to be able to go from that drop-off zone up to the sidewalk. And due to the constraints, in order to do that now, we will have to reconfigure the area that's brick, the area that's landscaping. There's going to have to be a lot of hardscape reconfiguration to make it all work and to keep it all contained outside of the vehicular lane.
And how did they do it before?
There was never a ramp there before.
Okay. I'll just leave that. I see that little experiment as a failure, but that's okay. And can you remind me one more thing? If we went with option 2 or 3 and the outdoor dining went to go through the city process and had traffic safety barriers, those would have to be approved by HLC? Or are those within the city administrator's authority because they're within Title 31?
So, Mayor Rouse, council members, then I'll just speak to what we have in place for parklets elsewhere, which is that the barriers themselves or the presence of those barriers does not go through HLC, but HLC can specify aesthetic treatments to those barriers. So I will let our city attorney speak to Title 31 specifically.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, this is going to get a little confusing. With regard to Title 31 and the State Street Promenade, which does not include the 1300 in West Victoria and the 400, those don't need the traffic safety barriers. As soon as you reintroduce onto the 1300 block into the traditional configuration, potentially you convert it to a parklet, which requires the traffic safety barriers. There is a provision in Title 31 that says so long as the city administrator authorizes an altered traffic pattern on the 1300 block, you can maintain outdoor business facilities, which do not have the traffic safety requirement built into them. If we convert back to what we were calling option 3, which was the kind of the original configuration, you no longer potentially have the altered traffic patterns which are authorized and are the trigger for the outdoor business facility Once you do that, the outdoor, what we call outdoor business facilities in the promenade become parklets in a street, requiring the traffic safety barriers that do not go through HLC approval, but HLC has the ability to talk about how to make them pretty.
Understood. I'm going to ask one more, my last question. If the city administrator, if we all agreed that it needs traffic safety barriers, which, I mean, I think it would, and the city administrator wanted to consult with what might be good treatment options, that is a possibility. The city administrator could do that within her authority.
Once they convert to parklets, they're regulated by an existing ordinance, which has the rules already stated in it. And so, no, we don't get to pick and choose the rules that we
Well,
follow.
option 2 is sort of neither here nor there.
Option 2, I have no opinion as to whether or not that's an outdoor business facility or a parklet, because I need to think about that. I don't want to render a rule on the fly. What I'd like to do is,
It's parallel parking, so I would assume it needs a traffic barrier. But
the issue is it still an altered traffic configuration sufficient to fit it under the authorization for an outdoor business facility? If it's an outdoor business facility, we know what the rules are for that. If they reconstruct an outdoor business facility, they'll comply with the new guidelines, which have to go, through the HLC, and whether or not we have, because this is a unique situation. It's the only place in town where we're going to have potentially an outdoor business facility with two-way traffic, so I don't know what the answer is.
Thank you.
Mr. Jordan.
Thank you. Brian, there was a big ramp there. It might have been Good Lions, but it was a really big metal ramp, about 4 or 5 feet wide and about 8 feet long, which met probably not what's there right now, which has an angle like 45 degrees. But at one point there was something there. It might not have been the Arlingtons. Yeah, but it obviously took up most of the turnout zone. So, Ms. Clark, could you, I have no doubt you see the emails that insist State Street is filthy. I'm routinely out there different times of the day and evening and different days of the week, and we say that we did accomplish a reprioritization of cleaning down there. Could you talk a little bit about, and I know it when we talked about giving that authorization to reprioritize State Street, we talked about making sure that somebody was assessing that. Could you give me an overview of your opinion on the cleanliness on State Street and how we're keeping up?
Sure, Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Jordan. First off, just for clarity's sake, when we talk about reprioritizing cleaning, in this case, we're talking about reprioritizing specifically pressure washing.
Okay.
So we always have and still do daily janitorial service with kind of a big push in the morning, and then throughout the day, we've got what we call rovers who are out there. We also have our ambassadors are constantly sending in, texts and calls about, there's a spill here, there's an issue here, and we dispatch people for that. So that all proceeds unchanged. What we did is we took some of the pressure washing resources away from, previously we were doing every block once a week. So what we did was we took the upper blocks, which get a bit less traffic on them and also don't have the same concentration of bars and nightclubs, which can create a little bit more of a mess than, say a theater does. So we switched those to once a week, and then from the 600 block down to the freeway, we now do that twice a week. So in my estimation, I would say it has made some difference. I would, however, probably want to defer to the local businesses to see what their impressions are of that. At some point, we reach sort of a point of diminishing returns on the amount of pressure washing specifically that we do. But we do, as we've talked about in the downtown parking budget presentation today, and as you'll hear a lot more, we spend quite a bit of resources to keep State Street in a state of cleanliness to the best of our ability. And so I certainly stand by the work that we do.
Okay, thanks. And then when you were chatting before about option 3, and that's the, I guess, other than the parklets being out there in that configuration, that's the equivalent of what was there before. That center lane, the whole block, the only purpose that serves is coming down the street to turn onto Arlington, right? Has no other purpose to turn left or right out of that center on that whole block, right?
Yes, Councilmember Jordan through the mayor. That's correct. I believe there's the turn into or out of, into, I believe, the Arlington Plaza there, so there is a driveway as well.
Okay,
But
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
it's
I was including that.
like I said during the presentation, there's not a whole lot of utility to that
And
turning
if that
lane.
was option 2, where you just had 2 lanes of traffic without that, that center lane for just that 30 or 40 feet worth of left turn, do you have any problem with that configuration and having cars turn left into either the driveway or the street right there on the corner? He's shaking his head no. Okay.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Jordan, no, the traffic volumes are low enough that they're not going to cause any queuing behind them if they're waiting to turn left. It's really not going to be impactful. I will say one thing to consider between options 2 and 3 is if there's ever any desire by council to open State Street to traffic further down, like Carrillo, Canna Perdido, something like that, that will have kind of a ripple effect and increase the traffic volumes on the 1300 block. So in that case, option 3 may be a little bit more desirable, but in the current condition, 1300 blocks, a low volume block, and no center turn lane should work just fine.
Okay. The other difference on those two is that on option 2, you pick up a couple more feet, not only, even if you don't allow parklets anymore, you pick up a couple more feet for parallel parking width there too, right? You get 9 feet instead of 7 feet.
That's accurate. 7 feet is bare minimum for parking lane width, so it's common that if somebody has a wider vehicle, they usually have wheels into the bike lane, so 9 feet is definitely better.
Okay. And then, thank you. I've just kind of a global question. I don't know when to ask it today, so I'm, Ms. Connect, I'd just ask it to you now. The staff report and the handout is kind of focused just on, here's what we're going to talk about, because that's what staff's bringing. But at these monthly meetings, when is the pathway or what is the process to talk about overall conditions and dynamics regarding e-bikes, bikes, outdoor business facilities or parklets, cars or no cars, where any of those are? Is that to request it in advance of a next month, or is it a 2-person memo?
Okay. Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, so if council members would like to bring additional items to be discussed at future interim operations, pilot, or interim operations meetings, so the way to bring that instead of a 2-person memo would be to say to the city administrator, I would request that, a discussion on this potential pilot program or the continuation of State Street closed or, generally pilot programs, because interim operations are supposed to be pilot programs, but the interim operations of State Street be brought forward at the next meeting. So, any council member could request that I bring that at the next interim operations meeting, and then I would work with staff,
And so that would be
whatever appropriate
appropriate after we finish this part of the discussion if somebody wanted to do that, right?
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I'm actually going to jump in here because I'm hoping maybe we can help truncate the 1300 block discussion. So, Mr. Henschke, I'm going to give you this opportunity to maybe think about the opinion once again. Item 5 in the CAR talks about the things in December 5th of 2023. There was a discussion about the these blocks in the 1300 block of State Street. It said the city engineer, traffic engineer, fire marshal, assistant chief of police reviewed the current configuration and identified safety concerns with potential conflicts between contraflow bicyclists and vehicles parking out of spaces. To address these concerns and improve both circulation for vehicle traffic and bicycles, a revised roadway configuration was approved by the city administrator on December 28, 2023, pursuant to her authority under Title 31. Now, this configuration described in Annex 1 below, blah, 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 that would have altered the parking and required removal of the outdoor business facilities at Opal and Carlitos restaurants. Staff then initiated outreach to the affected business owners, and following these discussions, traffic engineer developed an alternative design, go on and so forth. So my question is, wasn't the 1300 block already determined by the city and the sitting city administrator in December? This came up on a agenda review report where Mr. Jordan and I reviewed it and we hadn't seen that alternative before. That's why we tabled it until February 27th, and I was out of town. But it seems to me like we've added the confusion and we've kind of lost somewhere in the chain of communication. And so my question is to you. Title 31, we brought it up, we've been talking about it. Wasn't it already determined what we were doing with the 1300 block at that point in time? And how did it get altered without another countermand by the city administrator who has that authority?
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, the answer to your question is more appropriately directed, and I'm in due respect to the city administrator, because what we have here, yes, there was an action that was taken. The city administrator has deferred implementation of that action based upon what the council's directed, and that's why we're here today. So what we have is an action taken, an action deferred, and then direction given, and the city administrator in her memo to you today has said, give me your thoughts so that I can make a final determination as to what to do. So yes, a decision was made. Yes, a decision was deferred. Yes, a decision was brought back to the council to obtain individual comments and directions for the city administrator under her authority under Title 31 to make a final determination. And so that's kind of where we are today. So, yeah.
So where was the authority to defer the decision? That's what I'm not trying to play lawyer, I'm just trying to understand this.
The city administrator, as the person who made the decision, has the authority to unmake the decision and to defer the implementation of her decision. So that's what she did, is based upon feedback and further consideration said, I'm going to put the brakes on myself. And
We're
then
talking
make
about
a
two
future
city administrators, unfortunately.
No,
I mean,
What's that?
we are talking about two city administrators, unfortunately.
The city administrator is a position.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just interrupt
Would
on
you
that a little
please?
bit, because if you recall at the meeting where you were absent, the council directed me to go back and reconsider additional options, and bring back additional options for the rest of the council to consider, which is what we're doing tonight.
Right.
I was directed to bring back additional
So
options.
directed, so that, I mean, that's the same
That's
as
correct.
countermanding the previous authority under Title 31. then.
No, well, it was, the previous city administrator developed an option, and she approved that option. It came back to council at that previous interim operations meeting. At that interim operations meeting, there was another option that staff had prepared. At that point in time, the council said, no, we want to consider additional options, and directed the city administrator to prepare additional options. That's what's before you today, for me to take your input, consider all those options.
I'm sorry,
gonna
yeah,
take those.
like I said, I don't want to get too far into this, but it just looks like by the CAR, that staff got directed, not by you, not by council, but by people who have interest, i.e. people that own parklets.
Well,
So I'm a little upset by
that is correct.
that
After that
prerogative.
first option was prepared by the city, by the traffic engineer and by Public Works and approved by the prior city administrator, that was taken out onto the street. The outdoor business facility owner saw that those outdoor business facilities were going to have to be removed in accordance with that plan. In light of that, they came together, developed this alternative plan, which was not presented to council.
Was it presented to you as a city
It was
administrator?
not presented to me, but at that point in time, council said, no, we want to bring additional options back. These are the additional options that are being presented to the full council. That's option 1, option 2, option 3, and options 4A and 4B, which are in response to council's request that we also look at one-way options, which, as the public safety professionals here have indicated, are really unacceptable because they create really significant public safety concerns, but we presented them nonetheless so that council can provide us with all the input.
I understand that, and I appreciate the explanation. I still want to go on record as saying that the lack of protocol and procedure is bothersome because what it was the public going directly to staff as opposed to a counselor through city administrator, and we've already caused a bunch of confusion on this subject, and it's extended for a long time. I think we've just exacerbated it as well.
I
So-
appreciate the comments. We're just trying to be
No, I
transparent on the
understand, and I
record.
appreciate
Thank
you explaining that for me, so thank you. Ms. Gutierrez.
If I can just save my space for comments, I'm not going to ask any
Comments?
questions,
Okay.
yeah.
Further questions for staff before we go to public comment? Okay, because I have public comment. Okay. Robin Elander.
Mayor, City Council members, I really appreciate the time and energy you're putting into this diverse subjects on State Street in downtown. It does not go unnoticed by our community, the deliberation that you are taking on here. I just wanted to share that in my outreach to businesses to learn more about their preferences regarding this issue here today. The several people who responded to me prefer option 2 of the multiple options that you have to look at. In regards to the conversation around Victoria on the west Victoria block, their real preference is to, the majority of people on that street want to keep the street closed to traffic, with the exception of the Ensemble Theater Company. Knowing that that's not an option on the table, they preferred one-way traffic. Knowing that's still not an option, they are reasonably satisfied with what has been presented today. But I just wanted to share with you that those are some of the, they are, navigating the modifications that are necessary. And that's all my comments for today. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, is there anyone online for comment?
No hands raised, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. With that, we will go to, back to council for deliberation. And once again, so we understand, we are giving direction. Well, we've got two parts, really. We got the just basic direction on the promenade, and then we have the 1300 block, which we're giving. What are we giving, Madam Administrator?
Mr. Mayor, we're giving giving comments.
Comments?
Input
Just
and
comments. Comments
Correct.
only?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Ms. Gutierrez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My comments is that I vote for option number 3. It's something that, in my opinion, is something that I would like to see. And my second comment is just based on the time, the money, and the suggestions that have been put out there with wanting a mini shuttle, and I think we're at a point where we need to start thinking of different options for State Street. And I would like to take this moment to direct the city administrator for future discussions to bring options of a pilot program to either open State Street one way, all the way, or partially. Did I say it right, City Administrator?
I understand that.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Ms. Sneddon?
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. So on the options, 1300 block, I prefer option 2. Then second to that is option 3, and with road barriers to have aesthetic treatment. So have the safety as designed by and approved by engineers, but if it could have the consideration of whatever treatments that HLC would be okay with. I don't think you need to meet with the whole 3-person subcommittee and so on, but maybe some of the input on that, recognizing that this would be interim. Those would be my preference. And then for other comments, we've talked a lot about budgets of things, and we're in a budget cycle, and I won't go into detailed comments about some of the things that came up at Finance Committee with downtown parking and budgets with cleaning and budgets with accessibility and accessibility of having mini or micro, or I forget the name that doesn't cause offenses, how you said it in the slides here, mini shuttles. As a comment on that, there are council priorities too. We had our workshop, we had our council priority setting, which doesn't always come down to a dollar number amount in the budget. And I really want to move away from limiting what we need to provide for our community based on individual budgets of individual funds so much. And on this case, with this street, it needs to be accessible. Like number one, it needs to be accessible to all ages, to all bodies, and it's not right now. And that continues to be a black mark on the whole process. So, I think even if it is expensive, mini shuttle, or even if it costs more to have MTD doing the cross streets, or even if it costs more to have the right ramp in front of the Granada, or anywhere. I don't want to keep singling out the Granada, even though I just find it so baffling. It's worth it for our community because this is our downtown for everyone. So I'll just keep making that statement. I don't think it's really okay to say that we're not going to have a shuttle or not have a way that there's an accessible transportation crosswise and around downtown. Would love to see that keep moving forward. If it's an RFQ now so that we can hone it in, but we have to have this happening. And then along those lines of what it is for our community, the slide 1, just like the cover slide, I really miss that vision of State Street with people walking and meandering. We've lost a little bit of, well, not a little bit, we've lost a lot of the promenade feel. And my request that I would like the city administrator to bring back is an option of just really trying, we've never really tried, one block, purely pedestrian, dismount from your bicycle, maybe put some benches, some seating, something out there, clearly have it safe for public safety access. But, I don't know if it's a 700 block and it ties into De La Guerra Plaza, Paseo Nuevo, but if they could come back with just, which is really the opposite of Councilmember Gutierrez's request, so I'm not sure where, how we balance whatever it is we're all going to be asking for, but I would really like to have, especially to inform the master plan, one block, and let's just really go for it. And if you need us to sign up to volunteer to tell people to get off their bikes and they can flip us off every time, that's fine. I'll sign up, but I think we really owe it to ourselves to give it a try to see what it is that we might be missing.
Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think you're going to hear 7 people with about 30 different opinions tonight. I too like option 2. I'm confused a little bit about how that plays into if you open up future traffic that it causes a problem without that centerpiece in there. My recollection when we used to have stripes down the rest of State Street is the line in the center moved around street to street as the streets got wider or skinnier. So the loss of that that section in the middle as you junction up there between the 1200 and 1300 block, I can't envision it, but you will explain it to me later, I think. But that would be my preference, and option 3 would be my second preference. And neither of those options, however they mutated, I want them to remain protected as a mutated deviation. I would want them to fall into outdoor business facility blocks and redesign their whatever they are, outdoor business facilities or parklets, to be up to the current guidelines and have barriers. My preference, obviously, for the 1300 block option 2 with the 9 foot is I think that offers a better opportunity for those parklets, if we're going to call them that, to successfully site themselves on the street. So that's why I want that one. And then I think you're going to, well, I suspect you're going to hear everybody wants to talk about the bigger picture at a meeting coming up. And I'm not as specific as Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez. I really just want to have a talking session on bikes, e-bikes, parklets, outdoor business facility, cars or no cars, and where. Right now, Sunday or Saturday when I walked in the 900 to 1300 block, that's 5 full blocks. There's only 10 functioning outdoor businesses, of which 4 are just tables and chairs, 6 are platforms, and 2 are dinner only. But the 500 to 800 block, there's 21. So to me, the activity, and I know we've lost significant number from Cannon Perdido up that were there before we started charging. So to me, the significant activity is centering over those lower 4 blocks, the 500 to the 800 blocks. Those also in my mind are the future tie-in to Paseo Nuevo's development and De La Guerra Plaza's development. And so I just think it's time to start talking about, in that little data set, for those who like data, the 900 block up and what we should do with them or not. That's bringing up for discussion, but I would prefer to look at all options, whether we allow traffic one way, traffic both ways, or continue to keep it as it is. But I just have the sense of pushing against the tide for the upper part, the upper half, a little more than half, the upper half of the blocks that are closed down. So that would be part of my request also tonight, Madam City Administrator.
Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll try to just be brief. I'm supportive of option 3 with the feedback that if the parklets, if there's a way to remove them as part of it, and the reason is that they still require the hardening structures, and I just can't support having K-rail in front of the Arlington. I just can't. I don't care how it gets dressed up. I just think it's detrimental to the historic character of the Arlington. But if not, that aside, because there seems to be a discrepancy, I would support option 3, just return it to the original configuration for now. I would just like to address Councilmember Stenton's comments. I think it probably is a good idea to do a pilot of a block or 2. That was part of the proposal I put back in September was to truncate the promenade down to a couple of blocks, which would have allowed us to do that. For those who want to go back and watch what I proposed, it was September 26th. I think ultimately, if you were to look long-term, the two blocks that would make the most sense would be right here, De La Guerra, so from Ortega to De La Guerra to Cannon Perdido. It makes a nice square for a downtown center. We're going to be investing in De La Guerra Plaza and closing the remainder of De La Guerra. So that's something that could happen. We're going to make an investment, but that's another discussion. I don't have an answer on the accessibility in terms of funding it. I appreciate that you raise it because it's important. But it's $1 million or more is what we've been told. And we have a $7 million deficit as is, with downtown parking $3 million. So we have to start somewhere in order to fund things like this. And the trade-off is that we would probably have to look at reducing public safety services to accomplish that because it's over 50% of the budget. Those are the things that we have to have the discussion on. So I just want to balance it. Yes, ADA access is important. If we don't have money, that has to come from somewhere. And public safety is our largest expenditure in the general fund, and that's where it would most likely come from. So the items that I would like to bring forward for future discussion, I actually support Councilmember Gutierrez's request for information on what would happen if you opened up one way, either all the way up, or to go where Councilmember Jordan was going, perhaps part of the way, one way, say one way from Cannon Perdido or Carrillo up, and see what happens. And as part of that analysis, I'd like information about if it's just one way, then is there enough room for parking on State Street? And if there is enough room for parking, can we put meters in on State Street? And would that create revenue for it? And so I'd like to analyze it. So whether or not it's the whole thing or just part of the way, we need to get creative and we need to do it yesterday, because if we don't, a year from now, we're going to continue to spend on downtown parking. And just for those who have been following that, if we don't make changes to downtown parking over the next 4 years, we could be paying in excess of $12 million to the general fund unless there are new sources of revenue or other things like that. And the last thing, I guess we'll just throw everything out there. I'd like information on, is it possible to have parades back on State Street, in particular this year, the Fiesta Parade? If there's still enough time, it's the 100th anniversary. It'd be a real shame if on the 100th anniversary we weren't able to have that there. And then also the holiday parade. No, it's a lot, but thank you.
Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to dispense with all the niceties. Thank you, everyone, for all your work. I strongly prefer option 2 on the 1300 block, but like I think everyone said, I guess my second choice, though it's a relatively distant second, but certainly one I could live with, would be option 3. So that would be my input to the extent that that's helpful. Gosh, I too like the idea of considering a pilot where we have a purely pedestrian block. I think that's interesting. I think that was sort of the purpose of this interim period, was to try things out like that. So I support that coming back. And I hear from our colleagues that there's interest in looking more broadly at what is and isn't the promenade. To me, it's a little bit like Groundhog's Day. Like, I feel like I've had that conversation a lot of times. And in fact, I think because we've been so divided on that question, a lot of these interim issues, we haven't been able to really come together and support some of these pilots because, half of us are thinking, like, how can we change this configuration? And, so it's okay if it comes back. I don't know that I'm going to support those actions, but my hope is that if we have that conversation, if it comes back and we make a decision about, okay, we're going to have XYZ blocks and not the other ones, if we could please just move forward with that decision instead of making a decision and then constantly trying to circumvent that and getting at the other outcome we wanted through different mechanisms, you know, I'm down to really decide, but let's actually do it, and then let's move forward. I think one of the problems that we found ourselves in is, you know, if I've been on the losing end of a vote, I've tried to find other opportunities to get my way through other mechanisms, and it's just not productive. And I think what we're seeing is a real consequence on the street, is the outcome of that division. And so while I don't think that I am in the same place as some of my colleagues who have suggested that, I am supportive of it coming forward, because if we need to have that drag out, knock down conversation so that we can actually move forward cohesively for the benefit of our downtown, I think it's about time that we have it. And I do think it would be a benefit to the master planning process as well. Thank you.
Sounds like young Mr. Harmon wants to weigh in as well. Is that? Oh, I can. Okay, Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, everybody, for your efforts. I know this is a very complicated issue. I mean, I've reached out to local businesses on State Street that are going to be affected by this, and they've all said that they would want option 2. So I'm heavily encouraging my colleagues to support that, because that's coming from the businesses that are going to be affected by this firsthand, and the people that work for them that live in our community. So I'm encouraging everybody to go with option 2. And I hear what everyone's saying. I just, as somebody who, you know, grew up going to State Street, driving down State Street, and now I would say probably the most avid bicyclist up here, I like the way it is. Everyone I talk to who is actively putting the effort to use State Street, not the ones that are just hating it for the sake of hating it, they like it the way it is now. So I'm pretty wary about like just chopping it up and doing all these changes. I mean, again, we all know the biggest issue here is just not having property owners that are willing to allow local businesses to operate out of their spaces and fill the spots and bring people down. And even current businesses that aren't appealing to the changing demographics of this community, and they want to blame other issues for why they're struggling as opposed to trying to evolve. Those are just my 2 cents about the situation. Option 2, businesses have spoken. Let's support them. Thanks.
Ms. Gutierrez.
As a local, born and raised here, and yes, myself, I remember cruising down State Street. I really advocated and, you know, to keep downtown closed, to try this out. And the reason that I directed the city administrator what I did, is just, I think we really have to enhance the space. And we talk about accessibility and equality and bringing everybody in the community, but not everybody feels that they are part of the downtown community, and not everybody has a bike. And so the reason behind my request to the city administrator is we have to try something new. And I want to remind everybody, this is not permanent. This is just, it's interim. This is why we have the State Street Master Plan Committee that's going to propose a long-term plan. What we're suggesting to city staff is just a temporary thing to try out. And the State Street Master Plan Committee also benefits when we try something new. Yeah, that's it.
All right, very good. Just very briefly, yes, I would support option 3. The one request I will make, Madam Administrator, is that when we have further discussions about any OBFs, that we include fixture count. Not that I'm a nooge about fixture count, but I've got 2 calls on my email right now about other people that can't get their permits because of fixture counts in their process. So this has got to be fair. We've got to do it everywhere. And lastly, just to Mr. Gutierrez's comments, I mean, I can't see demonizing property owners for what's going on State Street. We've held this will be our 5th season, going into our 5th season of closed street. And for the one property owner that you were referring to before, the guy's got all his properties rented. So it's not the property owners are keeping people from leasing their buildings or being occupied. Okay, there's other things going on. It's not anybody in particular's fault. The status quo hasn't worked, isn't working. We need to make something happen. As Ms. Harmon, expressed her exasperation over, and I hope that I, for once, agree with her. I said, no, we have to do something. We have to make a decision. We've got to go somewhere. Status quo is not working. So with that, I think you have all the direction from us. I appreciate all of you that are here for the applications. I'm sorry we ran over, but we'll get going on that right away. So thank you very much. Mr. Aldana, you've put a slip in, are you applying for one of the? Okay, great. So I'll just call you up when your group comes up then. Thank you. And we'll get going with that. We'll jump right into it. And I'm going to call out by the board, if who's ever here for the particular board I call, if you would just come on up to the dais. I'd like you to limit it to 3 minutes, and then unless, of course, one of our council members has a question for you as an applicant. We'll start out with the Architectural Board of Review. Anybody here for that? Okay, Arts Advisory, ABR? Okay, come on up. And please let us know who you are, and go right ahead.
Hi, hello. My name is William. I go by Trey. I'm an architect in town, licensed in California. I met with Eric and Oscar, so thank you both for meeting with me. And yeah, I live on Mission Street. I walk to work every day, and so I feel like I'm invested in the day-to-day experience of the city because I see it every day. And let's see, I have a passion for history. That's something Eric and I talked about a little bit when we met for a drink. And I went to Cornell undergrad and USC for grad school. I have about 7+ years of full-time experience as a professional architect. I've worked in California for most of that, but also worked on projects out of state. I've worked on a pretty good variety of types of projects. So one of the things I feel like I've learned in my time working as an architect is that architecture is made by people, and that's also what makes it very challenging. Like we're seeing right now, there's a lot of different views of what something should be, and that's one of the things I've learned more about working as an architect and developed a lot of patience and empathy through that process. So yeah, I'm interested in contributing my professional background to the ABR here in Santa Barbara. I know it has a long history, and I think that's great. I view it as a way of setting some sort of standards or maintaining some sort of standards that can be shaped through some sort of public process, and also having some sort of deliberation in how we make decisions about design. Yeah, and I'm really excited and interested in just learning about the process as a professional. So I see it as an educational opportunity.
All right, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, you've got pending qualified elector confirmation, is that?
That is correct.
Okay, so whether or not he's a qualified elector?
Yes, he is.
Okay. So.
Yes.
Are there other questions for this, Mr. Gutierrez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So ABR is a very important committee when it comes to, our buildings, and a lot of the times we get community members complaining about the red tape during the process. And you mentioned about learning to listen to people and having patience. Could you share with us sort of when you are in a position of having to make a decision on this board, and how would you separate your own biases from actually making a decision, a very neutral decision and thinking of sort of the greater good of the city? Because this, I mean, you're going to have a really important seat. Can you share a little bit of your thinking process on how to, make a decision and making the process not easier, but just more equitable for, people that come with their projects to ABR? If that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I think that design is a process that is a conversation to begin with. So the way I approach it is through listening. And I think listening is hard, and it's something, that requires curiosity and asking a lot of questions. And because I've found in my experience that people don't always tell you what they really want right away, and you have to keep asking and asking. And I think that's, communication is fundamentally starts with listening. So, and it's hard to listen well. So, that's how I approach that in terms of equitable design decisions. And I think once you can kind of tease out more kind of voices talking, then you can start to understand, I'm trying to get all the information before I make a decision. So.
Thank you for that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any
Thank you.
further applicants for Architectural Board of Review? Arts Advisory Committee. No one here for that, okay. Building and Fire Code of Appeals, Mr. Kuntz.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, esteemed council members. You're all familiar with me, for better or worse. For anyone in the room who may not know me, my name's Nick Kuntz. I'm a lifelong resident of the city of Santa Barbara. I'm a homeowner, I'm a serial remodeler, I'm a husband, father, and vocal advocate of accessibility. I'm seeking reappointment to the Building and Fire Safety Code Board of Appeals. I've served in this capacity for 8 years. It's an important board and one that I'm proud to serve upon at your pleasure. I also serve on the city's Access Advisory Committee, as well as the Independent Living Resource Center Board of Directors, all of which support this community's citizens who have accessibility challenges. Despite my obvious shortcomings, I consider myself quite fortunate in many respects, and I'm driven by a desire to advocate for those who are unable to advocate for themselves. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have of me.
Any questions for Mr. Kuntz? We all know who you are.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Anybody else for Building and Fire Code of Appeals? Central Coast Commission for Senior Citizens. Citizens over, no, nobody's on that one. Civil Service Commission. Community Development and Human Services Committee. Community Events and Festivals Committee. County of Santa Barbara Library Advisory Committee. Creeks Advisory Committee. Downtown Parking Committee. Come on up.
All right. Mayor Rouse, council members, thank you for this opportunity to introduce myself this evening. I'm Dr. Anita Stahl. I first moved to Santa Barbara for graduate school in 2014. That summer, an old friend came up from LA to visit me because he was doing a master's in city planning at UCLA studying parking policy under Donald Shoup. When we walked around Santa Barbara together, he pointed out all the ways that parking policy had shaped the landscape I was looking at. And he told me about parklets, which at the time was a strange new concept in 2014. But now, 10 years later, talking about parklets is de rigueur, and I finished my degree at UCSB. Now I work at the university full-time as Director of Undergraduate Research, and I live in Councilmember Harmon's district as a renter. When I first took a full-time job at UCSB, I served on the Chancellor's Staff Advisory Council. This was a meaningful way for me to engage with peers, assess the needs of our community, and build dialogue between the staff and the Chancellor's office. The vast and complex governing structure of the university demands constant reevaluation as we work towards common goals in the long range and navigate short-term compromises to move in that direction, something that I think is a valuable understanding of parking in Santa Barbara. As a way to engage with the local community more here, I joined the Strong Towns group and have learned so much about how the local government shapes my experience. I want to bring my knowledge and passion about parking together with administrative and professional experience as someone who lives and works in this area. Supporting a vibrant downtown is important for me, not for some abstract reason or ideal, but because I want to live in a town with all the amenities. I want to live in a town where I can easily get to my gym, favorite board game store, restaurants, and bars to meet up with friends. It's important that these kinds of local businesses are supported with infrastructure that promotes their success, and parking plays a critical role in creating a balanced and dynamic downtown environment. Too much free parking, people take the best spots by businesses they aren't patronizing, but making it too expensive and people will be kept away altogether. I've reviewed the downtown parking office's plans throughout the process and have met with staff and workshops looking at their considerations. And while I have no doubt that there will always be resistance to change, I think the proposal they brought before the Finance Committee today shows great consideration for the community's diverse needs. If selected for this post, I'm committed to dedicating the time and effort necessary to fulfill the responsibilities of the role effectively, and I thank you for your consideration. If you have any questions for me.
Are there questions for this applicant? Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Anyone else for downtown parking? Housing Authority Commission. Living wage, nope, over here. Neighborhood Advisory Council. I see one out there.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members. My name is Sebastian Aldana. I'm applying for the East Side to be an East Side representative, and I've been doing it since it started, since the Neighborhood Advisory Council started. I'm one of the last of the Mohicans there, still there. Actually, I was an advisory member before the Neighborhood Advisory Council, so I'm kind of a fossil in a sense. But I'd like to keep it going. I think it's important to hear the voice and concerns of the neighborhood, the residents, and these monthly meetings are needed. There is a couple changes I tend to feel that the Neighborhood Advisory Council needs, just like State Street, needs some changes, Neighborhood Advisory Council. So I hope to be selected and then be able to enhance it, make it better. And it's just for the community, just to make it better, no personal gain at all.
Thank you. I think Ms. Sneddon has a question.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Aldana. You said you've been serving for a long time already?
Yes,
since
actually,
the beginning of time?
Since 2009, to be exact.
2009, okay, because on our list here, not listed as an incumbent, so I just wanted to double check that. And then to ask a question, how do you feel the communication between what's happening at the Neighborhood Advisory Council and then council? How does that interaction happen? Or could it be improved, or any
it could be
comments on
improved.
that?
Well, the last meeting, big meeting we had was in September, a year and a half ago. And there was about, I'd say, at least 30 residents there. And there was about, I know Alejandra was there, the mayor was there, Oscar was there. But I don't think anything got done.
Mm-hmm. I guess that's my yeah. Since you have so much experience.
From the last meeting, before, there was better, it was better. As an example, even for CDBG block grants, the committee, the neighborhood would have their top 5, the city would have their top 5. And we would negotiate to see what we should do. Now, there's no negotiating, So people have their needs, and and for that matter, every district has it. So for one time, it was mainly the east and the west. that was getting all the attention, but every district needs the attention.
Thank you.
And I believe Ms. Gutierrez has a question as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Nedden kind of asked the question. I just want to thank you for your service. And just a question, do you feel that there should be more representation on this committee, or do you feel like it's pretty balanced?
It's, actually, what I would like to see is, being that we have 6 districts, I would like to see, we have 13 members on the Neighborhood Advisory Council. I would like to see 2 people working with Eric, with Oscar, with Mike, yourself, you know, and then 1 person at large. So 2 people from each district, 1 person at large, and then we could kind of deal with the small stuff, and then you know, then you could bring it to the dais, and then this way, all districts are being served properly, because every district has needs. It goes without saying, you know.
Thank you so much.
I hope I answered your question.
Yes, you did. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay,
All right.
thank you.
Anybody else from Neighborhood Advisory Council? Okay, Rental Housing Mediation Board. And Mr. Green, do you have your name in for anything else?
My name is also there because I'm the current and presumably successor position to the senior council, senior.
Senior citizens, all right, okay. Yeah, well, I missed you on that one, but here you are.
Well, you didn't miss me. I was probably in the washroom at that point, just chronologically. I've had a chance to do some study on the duties. What I think I can bring is interest in the subject matter. I took a program at UCSB about 10 years ago on mediation and dispute resolution. Stan Roden, who I think may be known to some of you, was one of my instructors, and that was a good program. I have used those skills mostly in a recent job that I've done within the senior program. There is a new to Medicare type of program. It's called HICAP. It's a part of the Older Americans Act funding and so forth. But we help people who are approaching 65 to understand the complexities of Medicare, and probably you all have seen it in your parents when they went on to Medicare, that it's not an easy process. So part of that is negotiating with them as to what their needs are. I have no stake in it, but helping them to understand the choices. So that's been the major part of what I would consider practical experience. Why do I want to be on? Why do I want to be on this committee? Well, to build my skills. The committee uses a team kind of, the board uses a team kind of approach, which is different than the training or the role I've had. I am available on the second Thursdays of the month, and that's the regular meeting time. Most of the actual negotiations and mediations are handled by the staff. There are only 4 or 5 per year normally. I see I've got a yellow light now, wow. And I think we can learn. I believe the leader has been on there for 30 some odd years. That's really an amazing record. When I spoke with her, in fact, I've talked with her 3 times now, she's led me into, the state guidelines and some of their meeting minutes that are useful for training. I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Questions for Mr. Green? Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Anyone else? Go. Yes, sir.
I've got 19 seconds to say, I think I'm allowed to have 2 positions. One is an advisory position, and one is the county, or the
All righty.
seniors. Thank you.
Actually, Norma can answer all those questions for you. Very good, thank you very much. Anyone else for Rental Housing Mediation Board? Okay, Santa Barbara Youth Council. Come on up. Yeah, come on up, and once again, please identify yourself so we know where you're from, who you are, all that kind of fun stuff.
Good afternoon. My name is Kieran Stone. I'm a junior at Dos Pueblos High School, and I'm enrolled in the Engineering Academy there. I'm absolutely willing to devote the necessary time appointed. My afternoons are available on the days that they meet. I think that the Santa Barbara Youth Council is really important because it bridges the opinions of the youth really directly with local leaders, and I think it's really important that the experiences of young people in Santa Barbara are known. I think I think I'd be successful in serving because I am a positive group member. I think I contribute well, and I leave space for others to contribute as well. And I'm also really passionate about learning and getting the opportunity to serve in a role that could help my peers. Certain interests that I would like to promote if I was on the youth council. I think that mental health is a really big issue, or it's something that a lot of people my age struggle with, and seeing those struggles around me and the stress that kids are put under, I think that it's really important that kids know the resources that are available to them, but that they also know and are comfortable with reaching out to those resources. And I think if I was on the youth council, I would really look into that and try and take some data on that, and then see if kids are open to that, maybe expanding the resources on schools or within schools, especially because the role of counselor is not only it's supposedly for classes as well as mental health assistance, but I think not many students know that assistance is available to them. Thank you.
All right, very good. Are there questions for this applicant? Very good, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else for Santa Barbara Youth Council?
Hi there, Mayor, council members. My name is Sophia Mills, and I'm a junior at Santa Barbara High. And I would be so excited to join the Youth Council to contribute to our community's betterment. I bring leadership, problem-solving, and advocacy skills, and I'm willing to commit time to serve in any necessary tasks within the Youth Council. I'm a quick learner, and I would like to be involved as part of the team. I understand that the council is a group of dedicated students sharing ideas and giving feedback on decisions that will positively impact our local community. As for my experience, this is my second year as the president of mock trial at Santa Barbara High, and I've been learning to lead by empowering my peers and developing leadership and problem-solving skills. I also have an internship turned job at a law firm where I'm learning about the legal processes of immigration and developing critical thinking skills. I also did a legal studies course at Stanford University where I was their lead attorney in their mock trial. Additionally, I work as a hostess at La Cumbre Country Club, which helps me with my overall collaboration and people skills. Also, because of my experience at the MAD Academy, Multimedia Arts and Design at Santa Barbara High, I have applied the skills that I gained towards interning with CEC Community Environmental Council by managing social media marketing and promotions for Earth Day this year and last year, where I showcased my creativity. I also recently came back from a 4-day Rotary Youth Leadership Awards camp where I attended many classes, I watched speakers, and I did team building exercises to improve my leadership. Another award I won was the Breitling Scholarship from the Santa Barbara Foundation for my community service. I've also recently begun participating as a board member for a legal clinic where I can learn more about real-world legal skills and interactions. I also just won the ELC award from the University of California, which is about my accomplishments in the local context and about how many extracurriculars are offered at my school. And it would be an honor to join the Youth Council. I want to contribute to my community in a meaningful way. I believe that this group is constantly working for the well-being of everyone. One of my main interests is environmental issues and single-use plastics in the community and our schools, as well as promoting involvement, engagement, and more college/mental health resources for students. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for this applicant? Ms. Sneddon?
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. And actually, I should have thought to ask this question of the previous applicant also, because I'm just interested in youth ideas on, do you have ideas about the e-bike situation?
I used to be a very avid e-biker. I really think there should be more regulations on that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure thing.
Mr. Friedman has a question for you.
It's actually for us clarification from staff, so I don't have any unless somebody else.
All right.
Okay.
So her applicant is listed under public at large, but would she also qualify for SB Unified High School City County?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, there's already 3 current members that are from the Santa Barbara High School category. So there can only be 3 members from the same category under the SBUSD. Main thing, so she could still be appointed as member at large.
Okay, and then the previous applicant is listed under the high school. Is Kieran Stone, is that an incumbent or would that be an at-large only?
Kieran Stone,
Yeah.
he, there's only 2 current members who are from Dos Pueblos High School, so he could be appointed as the Santa Barbara Unified School District student.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, when it comes back, if we just clarify different categories that they're eligible for, maybe they are, I just need to go over it with you at some point. Thanks.
Hey, anybody else for the Youth Council? I knew there was one out there.
Good afternoon, Council, Mayor. My name is Etzel Leon. I am a junior at Santa Barbara High School, and I would be honored to be a part of the Santa Barbara Youth Council. From what I know, the Santa Barbara Youth Council is a group of teens that discuss issues to make changes in our community, which I think is incredibly important as teens and as people who are growing up to potentially be future leaders.
Can I interrupt you one moment? Would you repeat your name, please? I don't think we all got it.
Itzel Leon. I can spell it out
there
if
you
you'd
are.
like.
Yeah. No, we got it this time.
Itzel Leon,
Thank you.
Itzellleon.
There's a big list of you guys, so we just,
Yeah, of
when you
course.
see us all looking at each other, it means we didn't hear you. So please go ahead.
For my experience, I have worked with multiple nonprofit organizations where I have fostered work to be able to help young kids and be able to influence young girls to get involved in STEM-based projects and activities. I have also am an active member of my school's mock trial team, where we have collaborated and worked together to be able to create a court case for a court. I also work at a local restaurant where I am able to work with others and work on my collaboration skills and people skills. I think that being a part of the Santa Barbara Youth Council would be an incredible opportunity where I would be able to work with others and be able to apply my own ideas and be able to work with others and their ideas, as well as be able to use my ideas and others' ideas to make our community better and more united. As for my ideas, I think that being able to create more spaces where we are all united and for the farmers market, for example, or the local businesses are along the beach, or I don't know if you've heard of it, but Bad Sunday, the thrift shops that they have. I think being able to have those spaces where we can all be unified and have those spaces where we all are able to just overall kind of bond because we all have one common thing that we enjoy, as well as being able to have more resources regarding mental health and having those resources be more available. I know at my school we have a mental health space that was recently, the therapist that worked there recently quit, or I don't necessarily know the details about it, but I think that being able to restart that space would be incredibly beneficial. And I think that it is incredibly important for teens to be able to be involved in leadership programs or opportunities.
Go ahead, I took a few of your seconds away, so go ahead and wrap up.
And then I think it's essential for communication skills and for collaboration skills and, yeah, and early problem-solving skills. So.
Okay, very good. Are there questions for this applicant? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else for Youth Council? Okay. Water Commission. Oh, I missed a page. There we go. Single Family Design Review Board. Sister Cities Board. And then Water Commission. Did I miss somebody out there that has their name in it for an application? You're just here for fun. Wow, amazing. Well, in that case, thank you all very much. Go to council staff communication, any council member engagements. Ms. Gutierrez.
So I participated in Earth Day on Sunday. That was a lot of fun. And I was also at a 3-day conference in Tempe, Arizona, with the organization NALEO, which is the National Association of Latino Elected. And we talked about, the main topic was about our housing crisis that we have across the nation. And so it was very informational. And I also met with a couple community members in my district. And that's about it.
Hey, Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. This morning I attended the South Coast Chamber Hospitality Committee meeting, and just hearing how hard it is for businesses right now. Also attended the Tenants Union Renters Forum along with Council Members Jordan and Oscar Gutierrez. Attended Earth Day, and also the Umoja at City College put on a Black graduation celebration, and it was students from kindergarten all the way up through high school, and a really celebratory, uplifting event. And then also attended the Planned Parenthood Birds and Bees event.
Very good. Anyone else? Very good. Okay, we will stand adjourned at 7:07. Thank you.